Hello, everyone. Welcome to the 2024 World Series of Poker Monster Stack Final Table. My name is Donnie Peters. We have an enormous opportunity in front of us for 7 players from a field of 8,704 entries. Almost $1.1 million up top, plus, of course, the coveted WSOP gold bracelet. Pedro Neves out of Portugal is leading the way with quite a large chip stack. Closest to him on the leaderboard is Aaron Johnson. There you see a look at the payouts. Everyone left is guaranteed almost $190,000, but of course, they're all eyeing that 7-figure first place prize and the coveted gold bracelet. No waiting around here. We're going to jump right into the action. Blinds are 1 million, 2 million with a 2 million big blind ante. Outside of Neves and Johnson, everyone else is on the shorter side overall. Roth does have 25 big blinds as that third largest stack. So potential for the chips to start flying early. Also the potential for a lot of very interesting ICM spots given the pay jumps that are at play. Neves here starting things off under the gun with the raise, ace king of spades. $4 million total. Action folding around to Jerry Maher in the big blind. King Jack off for him. Maher working with 14 big blinds to start this hand. Call. He makes the call. $10-3 deuce, all diamonds. The only diamond belongs to Maher with the jack of diamonds. He checks over to Neves. Would expect a continuation bet here from the large chip leader. Just keep the pressure on. There it is, 2.5 million. Maher gives it up. Neves takes this one. My name is Donnie Peters. I'm flying solo, at least for a little bit today. My co-pilot, who is normally alongside of me, Remco Rinkema, is a little bit under the weather, as many of us are at the World Series of Poker. Wishing him the best. Hopefully he gets better very soon and can hop back in the booth.
Pretty good at that. You got the first one right.
Thank you to everyone who is joining us on PokerGo.com, on the PokerGo YouTube channel, and select fast channels, including Pluto TV. Appreciate everyone who is tuning in for this final table. Coming up in a little under an hour on PokerGo.com, we will have the final table of the WSOP $100,000 high roller. Victor Blom is the chip leader with 6 players remaining in that event. Chris Hunikin is second in chips, Chance Kornuth, then Alex Ponnikovs. Ponnikovs won the event back in 2022. He beat Phil Ivey back then. Jeremy Osmus also at that final table, and then Justin Saliba. More than $2.8 million up top. That one kicks off at 5 p.m. Eastern Time, 2 p.m. Pacific Time. So you can do a little double dipping today on PokerGo. Action here folding around to Tim Riley on the button. He raises, or sorry, he limps in. Excuse me.
Cool.
With Queen 10.
How much is those in the hand?
20, 2, 4.
Maher calls with
behind.
pocket deuces, and now action on the chip leader Neves in the big blind. He checks his option. $7, 4, 3 all clubs. Neves, the chip leader, flopping a flush here.
$2,500,000.
Maher checks, and 2.5 million is the wager from Neves. Riley out of the way. Maher also out of the way, and that's 2 in a row to start the day for the chip leader, Pedro Neves. Neves has been on the big stage before. A win, even though first
Especially
place
the
is
3 to 4
almost
seed.
$1.1 million. For Neves, it wouldn't be his largest
Thank you,
career
appreciate
score.
that.
He took second place in the PCA main event in 2023. I think like $1.28 million there. So
We started our own coup, and now here we are.
very good spot for Neves, an experienced player.
Oh shit, yeah.
Couple that with the chip lead that he has, it's going to be quite a handful to overtake. Action over to Riley in the cutoff seat. King Jack off this time. Riley on 13 big blinds here. Let's see if he wants to play for it all.
All in.
There is the shove from Riley. Action over to Neves. He's got nothing to work with. Lee, 8-7 of diamonds. Likely not going to be enough for him to call here. Maybe a little just bit of posturing here.
Sorry? This is a football club from Madeira Island in Portugal. This is the flag from Madeira Island.
What's the name?
Clube Desportivo Nacional. Nacional da Madeira.
For those wondering about the $100,000 high roller stream, as we see Lee fold and Riley take the blinds and antes there, it's going to start in less than an hour's time. It'll be on PokerGo.com. 5 p.m. Eastern Time, 2 p.m. Pacific Time for the final table of the $100,000 high roller. That is the tournament that is currently led, 6 players remaining, by Victor Blom, aka Isildur. More than $2.8 million up top. So that one is streaming today. It will be exclusively on PokerGo.com.
Decisions. Like I've already had 2 already today. It sucks.
Yeah, it's brutal.
So I can't just have like either easy ones or easy folds.
Action over to Riley. Pauses on him. Queen 8 suited in the muck.
How much you play?
Now over to Neves on the button.
Yeah, so again, when it's clear.
Given the stacks behind him, Lee on 21.5 million to start the hand, and Rito on 27 million.
You know what I mean? It's
Probably going to expect a lot of aggression here.
I'm not even that much about that. That's clear. Like that was ridiculous. He actually has a better view than the guy he's asking. It's just a mind fuck to start trying to get a read or whatever.
Raise 4 million.
And that's it less than you.
There is the min raise.
Must say shit. Stare at him like okay glasses.
Lee out of the way.
4 million total.
Probably going to see the same from Rito. Does fold. Aggression from the chip leader in position. Certainly understandable, and to be honest, very much expected. Big lead here for Neves, and he has even increased that lead. first few hands, winning 3 hands so far. First place today, almost $1.1 million. These final 7 players came from an enormous field of 8,704 entries. Everyone left is guaranteed $188,000. Roth here
Raise,
under
4
the
million.
gun comes in with a raise with pocket 4s. Riley finds King Jack suited next to act.
I told you this was gonna happen to me all fucking day.
Riley puts the King Jack suited into the muck. Not an easy spot for him there, facing an under the gun raise.
Wow.
Given the hands, the shove might have worked, yes, but you know, Riley can't know that. Action folding over here. Rito's gonna give up 7-4 off in the small blind, so
There's somebody else over there.
Johnson folds the queen deuce off, and Roth chips up a little bit.
2-2.
The players are currently facing a pay jump of more than $55,000. Buy-in for this tournament was $1,500, so extremely meaningful payouts right now. Very meaningful pay jumps.
There we go. That's what I'm looking for. Easy decision.
I see Beanie in the chat saying pretty nitty fold. I don't think so. I mean, you're facing an under the gun raise from the 3rd largest stack. He probably shouldn't be getting too out of line. Like it would probably be surprising if Riley found out that Roth had 2 4s there, to be honest. But your King Jack suited, especially with so many people still to act behind you, and also again facing an under the gun raise, which should be strength a lot of times. It's a very tricky spot. You also have a 55K pay jump that you are eyeing, so I'm not really surprised that Riley found the muck with the King Jack suited there. Action here over to Rito on the button. A couple of jacks. Very nice looking hand for him. Great position too.
All in.
Players all in.
He does move all in here. Johnson's going to get a count with the king queen off.
Never getting
22 million. 22 million.
22 million even. So 11 big
yes, it
blinds
should.
here on the shove
Every
from
single hand.
Rito.
First hand, I got queen 10 on the button. Queen 10 off, 15 bigs, and obviously Pedro in the big blind. It's just like, no, I
22
I just
for
gonna give it up.
This is perfect. It's not going to pick up first hand. So
Off is also going to fold from the big blind, and that shove gets through.
And then I shoved King Jack, 12 big blinds, got through. And then I just folded King Jack suited the next hand because it's under the gun. So, yeah, so sucks. But yeah, thanks.
Era bom.
So many tournaments, I'm just flicking those hands in, but this one,
2 and 2.
No move.
don't think that king queen off is as easy as
It's,
a call as
correct
it
on
might
that
seem.
screen.
You know, sitting at home or sitting in the commentary booth
I'll
like I
ask
am.
Tom to
But
fix that one when we get to it.
you know, Johnson doesn't really want to jeopardize his chip position. He's second in chips to Neves. There is a big gap between him and Neves, but there's also a big gap between Johnson and the rest of the field. So really no need there probably to risk 20% of your chip stack when your button could be shoving, you know, your opponent on the button can be shoving a lot of bases. There could be some pairs in there that you're flipping with. I mean, you don't really need to take that risk at that point. Johnson is going to attack on the button. Jack 8 suited, mid-raise is the formula. Action on Roth. Gives up the queen jack.
Eu queria call, vou mentir. Claro, doido, moleque. Eram 2 big stacks que podiam me pagar mais lá.
Ace 3 off here for Riley. Gonna give this one some thought.
还上了100万，他还多交了一个100万，
还扣了2个，
对，靠了一个100万，少了，没一个100万，这损失600万。
前面还扣了1把，扣了1把，
Ele
他大
falou
毛
que era
不
uma
小
hora de delay, mas não sei que hora vai começar, né?
And Riley does elect to move all in, taking the aggressive line, and that's going to get it done. Good recognition by him.
You could have made him sweat.
Believe me, I was already sweating.
That's what I mean. It's like,
Thanks.
Two and two.
It's a very solid pickup there for Riley, who moves up into 4th in chips. At this point, you know, given where a lot of these players are chip-wise, even just a raise and take pre-flop, 3-bet jam, getting that through is extremely meaningful. Action here folds over to Riley in the small blind. He finds a 10-5 off against only Jerry Maher in the big blind.
Okay.
Riley electing to limp in, and Maher finds the ace-jack of clubs. I would imagine we're going to see a shove here, given his stack size. After posting the big blind ante of 2 million, Maher has just under 10 big blinds. And there it is, quick fold from Riley.
I might have it next time.
You're right. Maybe I had it.
Can you please put your big chips on the front? Because
Yeah,
over
sorry.
here I can't see
Yeah, yeah.
because the blues.
Yeah.
Thank you, appreciate that.
Feels that many.
Yeah.
Let's
Neato.
see if they have like a barrel on these blues.
Yeah,
Maher
sorry.
currently
Yeah, I get it.
cashing for his largest live tournament score to date. Previous best came back in September 2019 when he made the final table of the WPT Borgata Poker Open Championship.
Button raised.
He cashed in 5th place there for $171,000.
I literally was like, please raise fun. I'll give her a Jerry walk, please.
Action here, folding around, lands on Riley on the button. He gives up 10-7 off. Now on Maher. Found the ace-jack suited last hand. Now he's got the king-jack suited in hearts, facing only the chip leader Neves in the big blind. I feel like we're going to see a shove here, given the stack size of Maher.
Call.
Jerry's going to limp in. Okay. And Neves finds ace-queen. This could be trouble for Jerry Maher if he was planning on limp jamming over a raise from Neves, limp calling to a shove from Neves. Let's see how Neves approaches this.
Raise 5.5.
Neves comes with a raise, 5.5 million. And Maher folds. Wow. I'm extremely surprised to see Maher's hand hit the muck, given the way that one played out. I'm surprised he didn't just rip it from the small blind. Obviously would have got called by Neves, finding the ace-queen. Bit surprised we didn't also see a limp jam, given how it played out. I mean, that's some spidey senses on display for Maher. I mean, if we're being results oriented, we obviously saw the hands. King Jack suited versus ace queen. Maher was behind, so results oriented thinking is correct fold. I'm just surprised overall to see that hand play out like that, given where Maher's stack size was, given the positions of the table, it folded to him in the small blind. Here he's going to find the ace-10 suited in on the button.
Does it have to
Go.
be? If we're all on the
Really
side,
far.
do we have to have this bet? I guess for the camera angle, I don't know.
Jason Zembricki, shout out, says, event 38, where does the time go? That gets through for Maher.
Busted.
I gotta call on some people.
This is the final table of the WSOP $1,500 Monster Stack event.
Raise.
More than
What was he exposed
$1 million going to the winner. Everyone left guaranteed
Mixed my cards up, so I don't know which one it
$188,000.
was.
There were 8,704 entries in this field. This is the final 7. We are live on a delay from the Horseshoe in Las Vegas. Airing in just over a half hour on PokerGo.com is the final table of the $100,000 High Roller. 6 players remain in that event. Chance Corneth is in, Jeremy Osmus is in, the chip leader is Victor Blom in that tournament. So if you want to double dip, watch both the action here and the action in the $100,000 High Roller. That's going to kick off at 5 p.m. Eastern Time, 2 p.m. Pacific Time.
I think he wins for best round. I think he wins for best round.
He hasn't even got here.
Johnson comes in with a raise. King, queen suited. Neves finds queen 10, and he's going to exercise his position as chip leader here and 3-bet. Kicks it up to 11 million. Pretty good spot here for Neves to apply some pressure to Johnson, who is second in chips and certainly not going to want to jeopardize his position, given where the rest of the stacks are and the money that is at play. Some decent properties for Neves. You know, Queen 10 can block some premiums that Johnson might have.
Did you meet everyone?
Overall, you know, it's just going to be really hard for Johnson to want to continue here. Even a hand like King Queen suited certainly shrinks in value when you're getting 3-bet by the one guy at the table who can potentially bust you.
They're all going to be looking at someone in the replacement who's going to be what they know.
Johnson is reaching. Is he going to go even larger with this?
Raise.
Wow. 4-bet from Johnson. Look at this.
46.5.
much?
46.
Should be 26.5. 26.5.
10, 20, 26.5. 26.5.
This takes some stones
26.5.
from Johnson. He says, listen, Neves, if you got it, you got it, but I'm not going to let you push me around. That was pretty beautifully played from both players. You know, you like the aggression from Neves, and then you like the fight back from Johnson. Gets it through there. Very well done by him. That's one of those spots where, you know, Johnson starts opening it up a little bit more, or, you know, during the times he does come in with the raise. Now it's going to make Neves, you know, think twice, because he's going to understand that, listen, this guy could fight back against me. He's not going to back down. Very interesting dynamics there. Action here folds over to Neves.
Raise 4 million.
Neves began today with 172.2 million, so he is still up in chips on the day despite losing that pot there to Johnson, giving away 11 million on the failed 3-bet attempt.
I live here now.
Brito here
Yeah, I've been traveling
in the
for
small
15
blind,
years.
ace-10 off.
Go home one weekend, or you get 2 beers and me and I go outside.
Does
Yeah,
Brito
so I'll
want
just
to
stop
go
and
for this one?
Tonight, after a few drinks, you know, after hanging out with some people from home, it comes on very quick.
Brito deep in the tank here as he thinks about what to do.
All in.
There is the jam. Quick fold from Neves when action gets back to him, and Brito takes the pot.
You just gotta take a deep breath and go for it.
Brito now climbs up over 30 million in chips. Lee is the current short stack with 15.5 million.
He was coming to my bed. I'm just like, I
Still
really hope
playing
I didn't
1 million,
misclick
2
somehow.
million.
Yeah, that was.
40.
It's like, oh, I just put in half my stack on accident.
If you're light, then you're damn
Any
sure,
side part,
yeah.
I mean, no way I have 40 over there.
If you're 4-bet folding, then it really sucks.
Right.
Yeah, well, you
People watching the stream are just like, what's this guy doing?
How did he get there? Literally anybody can turn it inside.
Why didn't I play the monster stack?
Yeah.
Raise 4 million.
Okay, so Sabrina, you get to experience how much fun it is to watch a poker. Essentially, to get to experience how boring it is to watch a freaking poker. Actually, you know, we need a waitress. Yeah, I was telling you. Can we call for a waitress? I don't know if you can.
For the rail. Should have it on the rail.
No, for us.
And
I
both.
want a cup of tea.
Trying to get the drinks flowing for the spectators.
Kern, service.
Spectator sport.
Kern, they're asking for service. If you get a chance. Get somebody up here in just a moment.
Thank you, mate.
Absolutely.
Want to start to have a drink? No drinks?
Not yet.
Not yet.
When
Maybe
it's
late, right?
Heads up.
All right, heads up. Heads up is good. What's the drink you took yesterday?
It was a tequila old fashioned.
Tequila old fashioned?
Old fashioned.
It's strong or?
It wasn't very good. They didn't make it well.
Really?
Yeah, tequila, but we were.
Couple of queens here for Maher.
Oh, and
And he's going to move all in.
Not a count.
And Roth has 2 queens, and he asks for a count.
At 120.
A little bit surprised he's asking for a count here, but maybe a little bit of posturing knowing that Tim Riley is still to act in the big blind.
26-30. 26 million.
Exactly.
Players all
I
around
was
here.
folding
All right,
in.
Roth moves all in. Riley finds ace-jack of clubs, and that's into the muck. Queens versus queens. Little anticlimactic here.
Local queens. Jack suited. I was folding either one.
Black. All black.
Dama.
Flushes are available. Let's see if one of these players can hit one of them.
Ladies against ladies.
搞个同色吧，搞个同色，
We're going to start off
搞
black.
个同色，拯救稳定。
Stall 6 minutes right now. So
At least go rainbow, if not red.
No need to be greedy, Jerry. You know,
对呀，可以这个牌。
just get the chop.
with big blind handing, the worst case scenario.
When you get greedy, that's when things tend to backfire.
Let's see your door card.
Rooting for you, Jerry.
Door card is black.
Jack,
Rainbow.
10-8, rainbow. So these two are going to chop up the pot.
Everyone loves a tough puck.
Ace jack is pretty well.
Huh?
Ace jack is pretty
Yeah, I know. I would have tripled up.
Thank you for Tim's. What do you have, Tim?
Ace jack suited. I was folding anyway.
You went ace jack suited?
Yeah, I was folding too anyway.
You are?
Yeah.
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 I agree. Well, I don't know. I'm not biased.
I was.
Riley claiming that
Not
he would have
liking
folded
fact
the
that
ace-jack
that's-
suited
that's
anyway,
NFC,
just
obviously,
to
but I was
Maher's
folding it
I was
jam.
scared.
in a heartbeat.
Yes.
Maher is a restaurant owner,
Hello, everybody.
owns the Haven Riverfront restaurant
We seriously need some
Please.
in New Jersey.
a waitress, a server. Yeah.
I need to blind. Thank you.
I just
She said, "I'm gonna put your server, put your blind up, and worry about that."
I need to. Service, please.
I think that if you die of cottonmouth, I get a ladder.
The chips in play, the blues, those dark blue chips are 100,000.
Again, I'm rooting for you.
The brown and greens are 500,000.
By any
And
means
those
necessary.
bright neon orange
Yeah,
are
when you
1
grab that
million
hand,
each.
then you could, maybe it was king, frame or flip.
You are watching the final table of the WSOP $1,500 Monster Stack Tournament. My name is Donnie Peters. Appreciate everyone who is tuning in across PokerGo, the PokerGo YouTube channel, and select fast channels, including Pluto TV.
Is it 15?
Sure, we have a very global audience. If you are on the PokerGo YouTube channel, all I ask is that you hit like on the video and you subscribe to the channel. That's the only currency that we ask for. Lee here moving all in for 15.5 million. You saw Riley give up 2 6s. Lee has been quiet in an early position shove there. Gets it through.
Yeah.
But yeah, please like the video on YouTube. Please subscribe to our channel. And if you want,
It's a big table.
you should turn on those notifications on YouTube. That way every time we go live, every time Remco drops a new video, plenty of WSOP highlights are coming your way this summer. You'll get a little notification. You'll be able to keep up to date and never miss a WSOP moment. In just under a half hour, PokerGO will be streaming the $100,000 high roller final table that will be exclusively on PokerGo.com. There are 6 players remaining in that tournament. Victor Blom is the chip leader, more than $2.8 million up top.
Raise 4 million.
Action here folds to Roth in the cutoff. He comes in with the raise. Ace 8 off. Riley here thinking it over with the 6-3 off. Does put it in the muck.
但是也没办法。
Action now on Maher. Ace 10 off.
我说现在也没办法，他只有2个人。
Play like 47.
That hand finds the muck.
47.
Something like that.
Aí é que se quiser, né? Os caras estão folgando também. Porque tipo, o cara falou que não folgava e fala super de boa. Se os caras folgarem muito, posso mandar muito mais, tá ligado? Dependendo das posições. Ok? Exatamente.
Neves does defend out of the big blind. 10-7 deuce flop gives Neves the lead with top pair. Check through to the 3 of spades on the turn. Neves still best here. Let's see if he wants to start betting at this one. Bet of 6 million here from Neves. And that gets it done.
Our blinds are up, right? Our blinds up? Yep. Oh, wait, last one.
Blinds are up. What are they current? What is blind? 13.
1.3, 2.5.
Saw the chat asking about, details on who is the most accomplished player at this final table. It's probably a tie or coin flip between Pedro Neves and Tim Riley, both right around $2.5 million in live tournament earnings. Neves does have the better career live tournament score when he took 2nd place in the 2023 PCA main event for a 7-figure score there. Riley's best score, I believe, is right around 275,000. Riley also has a 4th place finish in the WSOP marathon event from a couple years ago. Aaron Johnson here, about $1.5 million in live tournament earnings.
5 million.
Pretty successful in his own right. Jerry Maher's working on about 720,000 or so live tournament earnings. I already mentioned the
Not
5th
much
place
play.
finish in the WPT
Started with,
Borgata
like,
event
1
from
point,
2019.
103 or something.
Thank you.
Yep.
Every one of these final 7 players looking for their first WSOP gold bracelet.
Such a dick move. That worked out perfectly. Like, just stalled. Like, wasted 45 seconds with 6th and 6th. Just so the Asian. You did? Yeah. And then, well, and then people on top of that. It's just about to be done. And I go, let's drop. As he's about to put the fucking ticket back.
Any cocktails, anyone drink?
150.
Later.
150 or
1-3.
1-3. Yeah.
Sorry for the knee knocking.
Yeah, right.
Okay, it's a strange shaped table.
Yeah.
Lee remains the short stack here. Blinds are up to 1.3 million, 2.5 million. So Lee working with around 6 big blinds or so. A little bit over.
These are the decisions I like to see right here. The easy ones. Either easy all-ins or easy folds. That's all we need. One or the other.
Action folding here to Neves on the button. Neves out of the way. Now it's on Lee. Queen 9 off, and he's going to put that in from the small blind. Brito with King 3. We can see he has a better hand. He has that King high, but not going to risk the chips to make the call there.
Want to give me those chips? I'll do my job. Double me up 3 times and I'll take care of them for you.
Explosion.
We got things to do tonight. Pound those asses. Slide me 3 stacks of 1 millions and I'll just shoot for him. Then we can play heads up. Sorry, Jerry. He's got more chips than you. I gotta make friends.
I think Riley commenting in regards to Neves folding the button there as the big chip leader.
Grind it up.
It is kind of surprising, you know, where the stacks of Lee and Brito are. You would almost expect Neves to not really look at his cards and just open things up. Really put the pressure on Lee and Brito, make them find a hand. Here it would be a little bit different. Neves out of the cutoff seat because he still has Johnson to worry about in the big blind. So a little bit of a different scenario. Riley here finds the ace king. Committing raise there from Riley.
Yep.
Action folds over to Lee. Again, he is the short stack remaining.
Oh, yeah.
Lee's got ace queen. He's going to put it in.
And
Brito finds 2 sevens. Those are probably going to hit the muck given the action in front of him. And Riley's going to call this one off. And here we go. Riley in an incredible spot here, dominating the ace queen of Lee, looking to take Lee out and get everyone a $55,000 pay jump.
Rei, tem que chamar rei, pô.
Short is ace queen.
Rei.
Just want to see a king.
Mas aí tem que segurar.
Ace king, we're ahead. No.
Riley has the ace king. He does dominate Lee's ace queen, and he is the larger chip stack between these two. So if the ace king holds for Riley, we're looking at our first elimination of the day.
其实也可以破。
Want me to shit my pants?
Tim, this is what it's all about, mate.
Here comes the flop. Queen 6-5. Lee finds the queen, is currently ahead now. Still turning river to come. 2 diamonds on board. The ace of diamonds belongs to Lee. 4 of spades on the river, so Riley is going to need a king and only a king. There are 2 of them left because 1 was already folded. River is the 3 of hearts, and Lee, the short stack, finds the double up, comes from behind. He was dominated by Riley's ace-queen, but he found the queen on the flop. And Riley is going to be absolutely crushed now. Down to 8.4 million.
20,005,500.
That's about 3.5 big blinds remaining for Riley.
Thanks so much.
That's 20. I'm the most dangerous man at the table now. It's all right, guys. Watch out.
Yeah.
Now I got nothing to lose.
Yeah, put them in that, please. Thank you. And the water, yeah?
Devastating blow there to Tim Riley. Got his money in as good as he could have expected.
Hope you guys are ready for this one. You got my number.
Yeah, yesterday I pocket 10. You have
Another
pocket 8.
2.5.
Aces, yep. I cracked him yesterday. A few times.
20.5, right?
Yeah. Well,
Yeah, we had 90K,
47.
90 million of like, oof. Yeah, he's been my nemesis. You guys ready?
Sounds like Riley's going to put his money in here. Under the gun, ace, jack, offsuit.
There's the first one. Not you. You go away.
call.
And Lee finds ace king. Riley mentioning that Lee has been his nemesis in this tournament. I believe during yesterday's play, Lee cracked Riley's aces at one point. Yeah, yesterday, Lee was all in with pocket tens against Riley's aces, flopped a 10 to win that pot and stay alive. So Lee calls the 8.4 million shove from Riley. Johnson calls from the small blind. Now action on Roth with 2 4s.
Salve, galera. Eu tenho que anunciar no meu, velho. Ele é bom. Hã? Bota no meu celular então, porque eu não posso pôr o celular na mesa. Então eu logo no seu, pô. Sai que eu logo minha conta no seu.
Roth he's going to come along as well. Closing the action here, feels he's getting a good price to possibly hit a 4. I mean, if you're Riley, I know you got to go up against 3 people, but this gets you right back into the game if you're somehow able to win this one. Just over 36 million out there. Riley is currently all in and at risk.
Pagou, pagou e pagou. Colocou. Tá bolão. Tô adorando isso aí, embola todo mundo, isso aí pra mim é ouro.
Ace, king, jack.
Ace, king, jack, flop.
Riley finds 2 pair, but Lee has better with top 2 pair. Action quickly checks around. 6 of clubs on the turn. Johnson, Roth check. Lee checks again. River is the queen of hearts, so Riley is going to be eliminated.
No way, he has ace king? Are you serious?
Ace king.
And Riley can't believe it.
Nice.
Lee,
Yes.
the player he coined as his nemesis, takes him out. You see Lee there with the double fist pump, and we are going to lose Tim Riley in 7th place. Riley's going to take home $188,660 for his run in the WSOP Monster Stack. Bit of disbelief on the face of Tim Riley as he is going to exit the stage. He got his money in as good as he could have asked for. Ace-King versus Lee's Ace-Queen. Lee found a queen. That left Riley with fewer than 4 big blinds, and he was eliminated on the next hand, as you just saw here. So Tim Riley out the door, 7th place from the 2024 WSOP Monster Stack. The remaining 6 players have earned an increase in pay, now guaranteed $244,000.
When it's checking down, he's like locked. He feels locked.
Yeah. And no one has it. And then the 10, someone needs a 10. What do we?
2.5.
Large group of supporters leaving the rail from Tim Riley's camp.
Nice.
Come back.
You go correct.
Yeah, you need to pull the cards over.
So Lee, when he was all in a couple hands ago against Tim Riley, he had 15.5 million chips. Now look at that chip stack for him. 75 million.
Yeah.
Maher is the current short stack now. He's in the big blind right now. Neves, the chip leader, min raising under the gun to 5 million. Ace 7 off for him. Action folds over to Johnson on the button. Johnson calls King Jack of diamonds. Maher's King 4 hits the muck out of the big blind, and we're going to be heads up between the 2 largest stacks remaining.
70 million. He was down to
Neves
15
first to
million.
act
70 million.
versus Johnson. Queen 8-3 with a couple of diamonds. Johnson does hold the King Jack of diamonds.
Seven's pocket fours.
Neves checking over to Johnson. Johnson checks back. 7 of diamonds on the turn. It's going to lock it up for Johnson as long as he somehow doesn't find a fold here, but King high flush for him. Pair of 7s there for Neves. He checks again.
How much?
It's like 5 mil. Just 5.5.
$5.5 million is the wager from Johnson. Neves gives it up. Johnson is going to pull that one in. Another good pickup for the player out of Minnesota. Johnson with just over 1.5 million in live tournament earnings entering this event. If you would like to take your game to the next level, you can do so with official PokerGo merch. Just head on over to our online store, shop.pokergo.com. Shop your favorite brands, including High Stakes Poker, No Gamble, No Future. There's plenty of PokerGo merch, PGT merch, hats, hoodies, shirts, etc. We've got it all for you. And if you're here in Las Vegas, or if you're coming to the World Series of Poker, you can visit the PokerGo booth. The main booth is located in the main hallway over at Paris. You can check out the merch in person, try some stuff on, and make your purchase that way. Johnson up over 100 million in chips after taking that pot down. As I mentioned, just over 1.5 million in career live tournament earnings entering this event. Johnson's previous best score, this is currently his best, but before this was a 72nd place finish in the 2016 WSOP main event for just under $97,000. Johnson won an MSPT main event in Iowa in 2019. He also won a Heartland Poker Tour main event in 2018. Roth comes in with the raise on the button. Queen 9 suited. Maher is going to move all in. King Queen off from the small blind.
That's a 2,000 stacks right here.
Roth came into play today with almost 51 million in chips. You can see in the leaderboard at the top of the screen presented by Monkey Tilt that he's down below 33 million now.
Maybe 8, 7 for 5.
What?
That's 5.
12, 14, 15.
You're moving.
I know.
If our graphics are correct, then Maher is all in for 18.8 million.
I don't know. Just don't move them
18.8,
anymore.
yeah.
Yeah, I'm trying to count them.
12,
14,
14, 15,
18,
16,
8, yeah.
17, 18,
Yeah.
8. 18 mil, 18.8.
Yes, 18.8 million. Roth had made it 5 million, so he might feel like he's priced in here to take a gamble. He would be pretty sad to see what Maher would roll over because he is dominated. If Roth thinks he's got live cards, he very well might call this. Not saying that he should, but he might. You never know. All right, Roth is going to give it up. And after making that raise and then ultimately folding to the jam from Maher, Roth now down below 30 million in chips. He's lost about half his stack from where he came into play to start the day. I saw Matt in the YouTube chat asking if there are still true classic tees at the PokerGo shop. I believe so. I haven't heard otherwise. What Matt is referencing is our partners at True Classic Tees are giving away a free swag bag that includes a True Classic t-shirt. All you have to do is visit one of the PokerGo booths here at the World Series of Poker in person. Put your email in, they'll give you a free swag bag. And if they did run out of those, then I'm sure there will be more on the way. True Classic has been sending plenty of those swag bags and t-shirts our way all summer long. Roth here, all in, king, queen off. This one's gonna get through. Lee's not gonna call that 5-3 off from the big blind. I'm wearing a True Classic tee right now. I've been wearing them all summer. Big fan. Extremely well fitting, very, very comfortable. Just plain t-shirts. I got a few different colors. I got blacks, I got dark blues, I got a maroon and some grays. TrueClassicTees.com if you guys want to check them out for yourself. They have much more than just t-shirts. They got everything. They got pants, loungewear, activewear, hoodies, shorts, etc., etc. TrueClassicTees.com.
Making a page out now, I can play. Because if it wasn't for the page out, I wouldn't. So you don't want to go on. No, Mike, okay, thank you. Oh.
Neves
Hello.
here on the button, king 10 off. Neves is the big chip leader. He's going to come in with a raise, makes it 5 million.
No, thanks.
Lee with an ace-3 suited in the small blind.
I keep on forgetting I'm mic'd up, and I'm talking about hands so far.
Well, whoever's watching,
Huh?
well, they know anyway.
Yeah, that's true. Oh, yeah.
So it doesn't matter.
Yeah, you're right.
If you talk a little more loudly, maybe we can hear
Lee
you here.
gives it up.
Yeah.
If you don't mind.
Action now on Brito. He's going to put the 10-4 off in the muck, and more chips there for Neves. Now listen, I'm not trying to kick people off of watching this stream, whether you're on PokerGo, the PokerGo YouTube channel, or select fast channels such as Pluto TV, but I will say that over on PokerGo.com, exclusively on PokerGo.com, The $100,000 high roller final table is starting. The live stream for that is going to get underway any second now. 6 players remain, more than $2.8 million up top. Victor Blom, aka Isildur, is the chip leader. Chris Hunikin is there, Chance Kornuth, Alex Ponikovs, Jeremy Osmus, and Justin Saliba are the final 6 players in that event. Again, that is exclusively on PokerGo.com. For those of you who would like to pick up a PokerGo subscription, I would encourage you to grab an annual plan, because then you can use the promo code WSOP24YT to save $20 off your first year of a new annual plan. PokerGo is live streaming select final tables for free, such as this one, but if you want the full World Series of Poker experience, pick up a PokerGo subscription. You can do so over at PokerGo.com. If you're on YouTube and that's what you want to stick with, listen, I ain't going to push you elsewhere. I just ask that you hit like on the video, subscribe to the channel, please. We are nearing 600,000 YouTube subscribers. Would love if we can hit that sooner rather than later. Likely going to hit it at some point during the 2024 World Series of Poker. It would be great to hit it before the WSOP main event. Of course, that's coming up on July 3rd. July 3rd through 17th, that's the main event. Daily live coverage from PokerGo, from the start of the main event all the way till we have the next world champion. My name is Donnie Peters. It's a pleasure to be calling the action for this WSOP Monster Stack final table. More than 8,700 entries began this tournament. We are down to the final 6. So far today, we lost Tim Riley in 7th place. He took home just over $188,000. The final 6 players here guaranteed $244,000. Up top, $1,098,000. Neves here raises it up. Ace 6 off, makes it $5 million. Action falls on Brito, who has 10 big blinds, ace, deuce of diamonds. Gives it up. Johnson folds the queen 8 suited from the small blind, and Roth's going to give up the king 5 off. So picking up the blinds and ante there for the chip leader, Pedro Neves. Pedro Neves out of Portugal. His largest live tournament score. 2nd place in the 2023 PCA main event down in the Bahamas. Just shy of $1.2 million for his score there. Finishing 2nd to his countryman, Michael Datani. They chopped it heads up. Datani took home $1,316,000. Neves $1,183,000. In terms of World Series of Poker scores for Neves, his largest score, $31,810 from 2022 when he took 13th in the closer. Lee with a raise here to 5 million. Brito, a welcomed sight to find this ace king off. Brito working on 10 big blinds. Would imagine this money is going in here.
All in.
There is the shove. Action now over to Maher in the big blind. King 7 suited in the muck. Now it's on Lee.
Let's count this brush. 24, I think 24.7. Yeah.
24/7.
24.7.
Not the easiest spot here for Lee. I mean, the ace queen looks good, and he's going to make the call. Look at this. Here we go. He emphatically throws over that ace queen, but he's going to see that he's dominated by Brito's ace king.
Short stack is ace king.
This is the second time that Lee has found himself all in with a dominated ace queen up against ace king. The last time he was up against Tim Riley and came from behind. Here it's going to be much harder. King 10-9 on the flop, so Lee's going to be looking for a jack to make a Broadway straight, or he's going to double up Brito. Nine of hearts on the turn. A jack and a jack only is going to give Lee the win here. If not, Brito is going to double up. 2 jacks remaining, 2 were folded. 9 on the river. Big group of cheers from Brito's rail.
That's it.
Thanks, sir.
As he finds a very, very important double up. Brito's going to move up over 50 million in chips.
Pretty good. Not bad, right?
Lee loses about a third of his stack down to 44 million. But considering where Lee was not too long ago when he had 15.5 million chips, he's probably still feeling pretty good overall. Maher currently the short stack. Just ahead of him is Roth.
5.
Yeah, no problem. It's just that I can see the orange.
The big chips. Just big chips on the front line.
I think, yeah. Sorry.
I'll put it on the top.
Okay.
It's much better. I think it's better.
Jose Carlos Brito, the son of poker player Fernando Brito. Roth all in here from the button. Ace 9 off. Ace jack off for Neves in the big blind. He requested a count.
27.
27,600,000. Neves makes the call, and here we go.
Ace Jack, Ace 9.
A9 A勾
Ryan Roth is all in and at risk.
chip leader，
Pedro na frente, quase
他
valendo,
chip leader，
mais 9.
Roth out of New York City.
chip leader 靠短码，庄位，顶住就30了。
59 million out there in the middle. Roth, the player at risk here. He is dominated with the ace-9 versus Neves' ace-jack. Ace-8-7. Both players connecting with top pair. Neves is still in front. Roth looking for a 9 or running straight cards here.
3 de paus.
Four of clubs on the turn. That removes the 9 of clubs as an out because Neves has the ace of clubs. 2 9s left for Roth. If he doesn't find one of those two, he's going to be out the door in 6th place. Here is the river. 10 of clubs on the river. Neves takes out Roth. Roth is going to collect $244,000 for his finish. A very, very respectable 6th place showing coming from a field of 8,704 entries. Ryan Roth out the door in 6th place. Pedro Neves, he came into today as the big chip leader. He is now up over 200 million. He has half of the chips in play. 5 players remain. Everyone left is guaranteed $318,000. A $99,000 pay jump between 5th place and 4th place currently on the line. Up top, almost $1.1 million. Maher very much loving that result. He is the current short stack. He was shorter than Roth, so he's happy to see Neves win that pot.
No one looks very keen on that happening, huh?
Brito here under the gun, ace-9 off. Brito recently doubled up with ace-king versus Lee's ace-queen. Let's see if he wants to get involved here or if he's just going to do a little bit of studying. He's going to come in for a raise.
Started with 50-55. And you? With
40.
Action now on Neves in the small blind, ace-4 of clubs. Might be a good spot for him to attack, just really put the pressure on as that big chip leader. You also have a decent hand to be able to duel with, some good properties here. Have that ace that's blocking a lot of premiums from Brito. There is the jam. Look at this. Neves just really, really, really putting the pressure on. Lee's going to get out of the way. Would imagine Brito follows suit.
Oh, yeah, he's got like 50 million, I mean, yeah. Yeah. He's got some, you double up. You know what's fun now? My scam is out the fucking window right now, so it's good.
Brito does give it up, and Neves using that big stack. He's now up over 222 million. 51% of the chips in play belong in Pedro Neves' stack.
Yeah, okay. I will do. I will do, yeah. Right.
This is the final table of the WSOP $1,500 Monster Stack.
Okay, good.
An enormous field of 8,704 entries began in this tournament. We are down to the final 5. Everyone left guaranteed $318,000. They are all vying for the coveted WSOP gold bracelet plus almost $1.1 million in prize money. My name is Donnie Peters. It is a pleasure to be bringing you live coverage of this event across PokerGo, the PokerGo YouTube channel, and select fast channels such as Pluto TV. If you are watching on the PokerGo YouTube channel, please, please, please hit that like button for us. Subscribe to the channel as well. Turn on notifications. For those of you watching on PokerGo.com, if you are a PokerGo.com subscriber, really, really appreciate you. Our most loyal viewers, for sure. Also running right now, starting about 15 minutes ago, the final table of the WSOP $100,000 High Roller. That is airing exclusively on PokerGo.com. Ali Najad, Brent Hanks, Jeff Platt are the team bringing you the action there. Lee with the raise there from the small blind. Ace-Jack off, takes it down.
How much our points are, like 25 maybe?
22.
Thank you. I think it's more, right?
No, 22 and change. Just under 23.
So I have 14 plus 6,
No,
20.
12. This is
You
12.
have more.
14.
12.
Oh, 12, right, 12.
Okay, I think
Just
yeah, it
18,
was
like-
14.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, I was thinking it was 14.
Me too.
Oh, I see. Okay, yeah. Yeah, it's like 22. Yeah.
The World Series of Poker should have 4 new gold bracelet winners crowned today. Of course, we're going to have a winner here in the Monster Stack. We're going to have a winner in the $100,000 High Roller. Going to have a winner in the $10,000 Horse Championship. And then we also have the $1,000 Pot Limit Omaha that's playing out. So 4 winners to be crowned today from the 2024 WSOP. Quite a fun day here on the Las Vegas Strip.
Raise 5.
Adam. Are those guys in the way?
Lee here on the button, raising it up. Queen 10 off.
They're pretty finishing right now, right? Matt said Marianne was, he was going to shower there and come over straight up. He's optimistic.
Johnson's going to come along here. Defend out of the big blind. 9-8 off for him. Heads up here. Haven't played a flop in a little while, it seems like. So here we go. Ace, King, 8. Johnson flops the best hand with the pair of 8s, but this is a type of texture that is probably going to favor Lee as the pre-flop raiser. And he does fire a continuation bet pretty quickly too, 3.5 million. Johnson is going to call. Nine of clubs on the turn, 2 pair now for Aaron Johnson. Quick check, check. 4 comes in on the river, so Johnson's 2 pair is best. Almost 21 million out there. As long as this gets to showdown, Johnson's going to scoop this pot. Let's see what sort of value bet he comes with if he elects to go that route.
What is that, 10K horse? Oh, it's the high roller.
2 hands coming forward. Looks like about 16 million or so here. $15.5 million or $16.5 million is the bet from Johnson. Fold from Lee. Johnson rakes in a nice one there. For those of you looking to become a PokerGo subscriber, use the promo code WSOP24YT when you sign up for a new annual plan, because that promo code will give you $20 off your first year. PokerGo is live streaming more than 300 hours of coverage from the 2024 World Series of Poker, and for the full WSOP experience, would encourage you to become a PokerGo subscriber. Regular annual price is $99.99 a year. $20 off, $79.99 a year. That's less than $7 a month. After the 2024 World Series of Poker wraps up, PokerGo will have new seasons of high stakes poker, a new season of No Gamble, No Future. Plenty of PokerGo Tour action as well. Tons and tons and tons of content. We also recently launched a new tier, PokerGo VIP. A little heavier price tag there, $299 a year for that, but what you get is you get access to PokerU in addition to your PokerGo.com subscription. And PokerU is powered by Run It Once, so Phil Galfond, Jason Kuhn, Dan Smith, Justin Bonomo, Jeremy Osmus, that great team of elite poker coaches. They are providing 100 strategy videos that live on PokerGo.com, so you can watch and learn at the same time with a PokerGo VIP subscription. All of that information is available over on PokerGo.com. Check it out. Checking in on the $1,000 pot limit Omaha event. There were 2,212 entries. They are down to the final 8. David Prosiak is leading the way, followed by Chris Vitch. Prosiak already won a bracelet this summer. He won the $1,500 Badoogie tournament, so he's looking to get his second of the 2024 WSOP, third overall. A second bracelet this summer would join Scott Seaver, who won 2 tournaments already. Plenty of time to go. 99 live gold bracelet events on the 2024 WSOP schedule, so Seaver could certainly add a third.
$13.8.
Brito comes in with a raise. Don't know his holding. Looks like the graphics reader hasn't picked it up correctly.
8.
Neves is going to fight back from the big blind with a re-raise to 13.8 million. This will be the second time that Neves is attacking a raise from Brito. He did it earlier, not too long ago. Brito opened under the gun with ace-9 off. Neves was in the small blind with ace-4 suited and moved all in to win that pot. Here, he's coming with a non-all-in 3-bet, going up to 13.8 million. Let's see what Brito decides to come with. If he's got a premium hand here, Brito, sized very well for a shove. You go grab that drink, Russell. We'll be here when you get back.
All in.
That is all in.
There is the jam from Brito. Neves going to give it up, and Brito takes that one down with a 4-bet jam.
I put it right? All right.
Couple of kings there for Brito. Quite a lovely hand to happen when the chip leader decides to step a little bit out of line and 3-bet you.
Button's good.
Nice pickup there for Brito. He's up over 60 million now. Maher's the short stack, 16.2 million for him. Lee second shortest with 35.5 million. About 6.5 big blinds for Jerry Maher, restaurant owner out of New Jersey. Jerry Maher owns the Haven Riverfront Restaurant in Edgewater. Brito under the gun, raises it up, 5 million. Johnson gives up a couple of 5s.
5 there.
Action here over to Neves in the small blind. He asks Brito how much he's playing.
That's 60. 62 even.
Action now on Lee. Gives up the 10-8 off, and Brito takes that one. 2 in a row for him. Five players left here in the 2024 WSOP Monster Stack Tournament. The remaining players are guaranteed $318,000. We lost Tim Riley in 7th place. He was followed to the payout desk by Brian Roth in 6th place. Almost $1.1 million up top for the winner of this tournament. Huge field in this one. More than 8,700 entries. My name is Donnie Peters. It's a pleasure to be calling the action for this one. The live stream airing across PokerGo, the PokerGo YouTube channel, and select fast channels such as Pluto TV. Maher here with those 6.5 big blinds finds Queen Jack suited, so this one could be going in. Heard Maher not too long ago tell his rail that now 5 left, he's the short stacked. You know, he's got some pay jumps under his belt, that ICM is out of the window. His words, not mine, so, and there he is. He's moving all in. Maher gets it through. Gonna be a welcome to pick up by him there.
Thank you.
Getting back over 20 million in chips. Also running today at the World Series of Poker, final table of the $10,000 Horse Championship, Benny Glaser in line for another WSOP gold bracelet. He's the current chip leader with 5 players remaining. Glaser has 5 bracelets already. He is going for number 6. Also at that final table, Maxim Pisarenko, Lawrence Brandt, Steve Zolotow, and Mike Leah. First place in that event. The $10,000 horse championship is just shy of $400,000. And of course, airing right now exclusively on PokerGo.com, the final table of the WSOP $100,000 high roller. Victor Blom came into today as the chip leader in that event with 6 players remaining, more than $2.8 million up top. Ali Najad, Brent Hanks, Jeff Platt bringing you the action from that one. Ali Najad and Brent Hanks in the booth, Jeff Platt on the sidelines.
Alright, he's back. We're gonna have a break, 7 minutes, right? I think they have about 7 minutes.
Break in 7 minutes here.
Thank you.
Up over 700 likes on the YouTube stream. Let's see if we can get that up over 1,000. I know there's plenty of you out there watching that haven't hit that like button yet. It's the thumbs up right below the video, so please hit it if you would be so kind. We don't ask for many currency or much currency here on the PokerGo YouTube channel. We do ask for likes. We ask you to subscribe to the channel, and that's about it. Shout out to the mods in the chat. I know Russell stepped out for a drink, but we got incantations. We got Ogdog holding it down, trying to keep things civil out there. If you guys abuse chat, I might ban you, they might ban you, so, you know, let's keep it respectful, okay? We're all here to watch some poker, have some fun, be entertained. I mean, Lyrico, you have a very cheap house. Is that like one of those houses that I built in like the 4th grade out of popsicle sticks? Johnson raised here from the small blind, made it 6 million. Maher's got a couple of deuces in the big blind. Maher elects to give it up. Johnson's going to take that one.
Yeah, 29. Thank you.
Não tinha espaço para alfabete. Eu comecei a mão com 44, ele fez 14, 14.
Players right now guaranteed $318,000. There is a $99,000 pay jump on the line right now. 4th place worth $417,000. 3rd place, $550,000. 2nd place, $732,000. 1st place, the coveted WSOP gold bracelet, and $1,098,000. This is the final table of the WSOP Monster Stack Tournament. More than 8,700 entries competed in this event. We are down to the final 5 that you see on your screen right now. Take a look at the leaderboard up top. Still Pedro Neves, the big chip leader. That leaderboard presented by our friends at Monkey Tilt. Aaron Johnson, 2nd in chips. Jerry Maher is the shortest stack remaining. He gives it up there from the small blind.
Now only 24.
26.5.
H-Train said, how many of you have never made a final table but think you know it all? I mean, H-Train, you must be new to a YouTube chat, but everyone? I'm just playing with you guys out there. Johnson's going to come in with a raise here to 5 million, and Maher is going to find 2 aces. A couple of rockets here for the short stack, Jerry Maher. He's going to try and look as weak as possible, but we know his money is going in here.
Mas pode perfeito para ele, né, irmão? Não perfeito.
There is the jam
Like
from
115,
Maher.
right? 115.
Johnson makes the call with those 7s, and here we go. Jerry Maher all in and at risk, but in a great spot with 2 aces, looking to double up as long as he can hold against the pocket 7s of Aaron Johnson. King, Queen, 9 with a couple of clubs out there.
No club.
Maher's aces are still best.
No.
Running clubs would work for Johnson. He's got that 7 of clubs.
You can say it in poker.
Turn card is the 4 of spades, so Johnson's going to be looking for a 7. Neves folded the 7 of spades. He had ace 7. He put that in the muck, so 1-7 left in the deck for Johnson to hit. 8 of spades. Maher's going to double up here. The ace is holding up.
As he said.
And just like that, he's going to get up to just about 40 million in chips.
A7.
You had A7?
A7.
Double blockers.
With that double up, Lee now drops back to the bottom of the leaderboard, a position he has been in before.
No skill.
Yes, sir. 16.
Not the biggest hit there to Johnson. He's going to be left with 93 million, so back below the century mark, but still very healthy is Aaron Johnson, 2nd in chips, only to the big chip leader, Pedro Neves. And we are still 5-handed here in the World Series of Poker Monster Stack event. Blinds remain 1.3 million, 2.5 million, with a 2.5 million big blind ante. Pedro Neves out of Portugal, the big chip leader here. He's got 50% of the chips in play, 5-handed. Each of the final 5 players looking to earn their first World Series of Poker gold bracelet. Couple of 10s here for Lee. He's got sub 10 big blinds. In the small blind, he's only got Brito left to act. Lee moves all in.
Finally woke up with a hand there.
Listen, I said
Ace 7 off for Brito in the big blind.
Chewy? Use your name.
22-9.
The players you can see on your screen are going on break. We are not going on break on the live stream. We're going to use the power of the delay. We operate this live stream on a dynamic delay so that we can cut out breaks as best we can. We're going to do a little time travel once this hand wraps up and be right back with the action, so don't go anywhere, especially if you want to see how this one plays out. Brito has requested a count. He is in the tank here with the ace 7 off. He got jammed on by Lee, the shortest stack remaining, blind versus blind. I know Lee has the least to lose here, being the shortest stack, so least amount of ICM pressure is on him. Probably with lean that Brito's going to put this one in the muck. I know, you like to look down, you see an ace. You have one of those medium kickers, but not really sure you want to risk this much of your stack. A call would represent just under 40% of Brito's stack. And it really does hurt him if he were to lose this one. There is a $99,000 pay jump currently up for grabs from 5th to 4th place. We also haven't really seen Lee get out of line at all. I mean, yes, he did get it in early on with ace-queen versus ace-king, but he was pretty short then. Kind of an understandable situation, so. He is going to make the call, is Brito. Those 10s get thrown over from Lee. Brito's got the A7, and here we go.
As de 7, precisamos do Ais, é. As 10-10.
他可能觉得我大毛。
9 blind, 10 blind. É, mas é SIC, né, velho? Não é 24, 9 blinds bom pra alguma coisa.
King, queen, 3. The 10s still out in front for Lee as he looks to double up here. Eight of clubs on the turn. 3 remaining aces left in the deck, and that is what Brito is going to need if he wants to take out Lee. Vamos says the rail of Brito as he finds the ace of spades on the river. Takes out Lee in 5th place. Wong-Ming Lee. $318,000 in prize money for him. Got his money in good in a great, great spot there. Was not able to fade the river against Jose Carlos Brito.
Wow.
Wow. What a hand.
Nice jump. 100. 100K. Yeah, that's a nice ace.
Jerry Maher there, you heard him commenting. He loves that $100,000 pay jump that he just got. If you want to find yourself playing for $100,000 pay jumps, check out octopipoker.ai. Your path to poker mastery awaits. Fun, social, and affordable way to learn poker. Some of the greatest minds in the game. You see them there on your screen. Andrew Lucky, Chewy Lichtenberger, Nick Schulman are part of the brains behind octopipoker.ai. Ooh. Ooh.
Can we get another run?
What a river card. I mean, oh.
Ah, pois.
I can hear you.
Grandagem no Rio.
Now I can.
Temos que pagar aqui, não é?
Quanto é que ele chamou?
Chegou 24.
Small blind, they're ready.
Acho quanto? 85 por aí.
We did just fast forward, a little time travel through that break. 4 players remaining here in the 2024 WSOP Monster Stack Tournament. On that last hand, a dramatic one. Guangming Li got his money in with pocket tens from the small blind. Jose Carlos Brito, son of Fernando Brito,
86.
found the call with ace-7 off, hit an ace on the river. Shout out Barry Greenstein. And Lee out the door in 5th place, $318,000 for him. Everyone left guaranteed $417,000. Maher here is going to look down at an ace-queen suited. We are playing 1.5 million, 3 million. So just under 13 big blinds here for Maher.
Come on in.
Maher moving all in here.
Button's good.
That gets through. Maher takes the pot. After taking out Lee, Brito moves up over 80 million in chips. Very much within striking distance of taking second on the leaderboard. Less than 3 million behind Johnson. Maher the short stack with 46 million. Pedro Neves still the big chip leader here with 50% of the chips in play, well over 200 million. Neves with the raise here, queen 10 off. Everyone folds and Neves takes that one.
How much are you playing out, sir? Like
30. I just said it in my head. 37?
37, thank you.
I said it and I forgot it.
36, 37, 29. I think it's 40 something.
It's 37 plus these two. So it was 43 to start. It was 43. Yeah.
Almost 40.
Yeah.
Negligible. You know what negligible means?
No.
Negligible means it doesn't really matter.
You don't care about that shit, right?
You guys don't.
We got some new chips in play here. Those gray chips, I believe they're worth 5 million.
Cocktails?
$86, sim. 86.
Eu?
83, né?
Eu acho que é 82.
Action over to Maher on the button here. Ace-3 offsuit. It's going to put it in the muck.
Any black tea, please? And two waters. Thank you.
Raise. 75.
Just an iced coffee black. Ice coffee. Yep.
Sabrina. Sabrina, you cash, tip. Oh no, everyone coming. Thank you very much. Two or three. 2 or 3 bucks is fine. What? Yeah, I know. Burger King? Burger King?
$4.5.
Neves taking that pot there. Continues to increase his stack up over 226 million now.
Raise 6 mil.
Neves on the button, comes in with the raise, 6 million, 9-5 of clubs. Brito finds ace queen off in the small blind.
I forgot to make a friggin' sandwich.
What do you want?
I forgot to make a sandwich.
What do you want?
I need something to buy, yeah.
What do you want?
Brito still in the tank here.
All in.
Raise all
He does move all in. That's going to get through. Brito takes that one.
Sabes quanto é que já foste?
54.
78.
We did surpass 1,000 likes on the YouTube stream. Thank you, thank you, thank you for everyone who's watching on YouTube, who has hit that thumbs up. Big shout out to everyone watching on PokerGo.com or the select fast channels out there, including Pluto TV. For those on PokerGo, for those on the YouTube channel where chat is available, let us know where you're watching from. I'm sure we have a pretty big global audience tuning in for this WSOP Monster Stack final table. Curious where everyone is coming to us from.
Raise 6 mil.
You're very welcome, Joe. Neves under the gun. Couple of 5s here, makes it 6 million. Maher's in the big blind with 9-3 suited. It's going to give it up, and Neves is just going to keep on raising. Just going to keep on being the big stack.
Yes, yeah, take that. Oh,
I see Auckland, Houston, Seattle, Florida, Austria, Northern Ireland, another Florida, Oceanside, California, London, England, SoCal,
Thanks, sir.
Vermont, Reno, Chile. Love to see it. Ukraine, Minnesota, Portugal, of course. Really, really love to see it. Thank you guys for tuning in. To remind everyone once again, the final table of the $100,000 high roller is taking place exclusively on PokerGo.com. Ali Najad, Brent Hanks, Jeff Platt are the commentary and sideline team over there. 6 players began that final table today. So if you want to check out that action, you are certainly welcome to do so exclusively on PokerGo.com.
I think low 80s.
Huge field in that 100K, by the way. 112 entries. All the high rollers here at the WSOP this year have been just massive, 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 massive. Neves here in the small blind.
7.5.
Makes it 7.5 million. Same hand here for Brito. He's going to put it in the muck, and more chips for Neves. This is what you like to see when you're watching a big chip leader play. Just raising every single hand. Really just putting the pressure on his opponents. There's a ton of action coming up and some big action on PokerGo from the 2024 World Series of Poker. Of course, today we got this Monster Stack final table. We got the $100,000 high roller final table playing out. Tomorrow, $3,000 no limit hold'em freeze out. On Saturday, day 2 coverage from the 250K super high roller. That is a $250,000 buy-in. We're planning 2 days of coverage. We're going to pick it up with day 2, and then on Sunday we'll have the final table of that event. Starting on Monday, we're going to have multiple days of coverage of the $50,000 Poker Players Championship. We're planning on picking up the action there on day 2. And taking it through all the way to the end. So one of the biggest and most prestigious tournaments of the summer, the 50K PPC. Multiple day coverage on PokerGo. Brito and Johnson here going to a flop. Ace, 8-8. Brito flops 2 pair. Comes with 3 million minimum bet from Brito. Johnson confirmed the amount quickly there from the dealer. King high good enough for Johnson to come along here, see a turn. Pot up to 15 million between these two. 5 of clubs on the turn. Brito first once again. Brito checks. Let's see if Johnson elects to pounce here, or if he's just going to take that showdown value with the king-9 high and try and get to a cheap showdown. He's going to check behind, so likely electing for the showdown value route. Deuce of diamonds on the river, check mark to Brito. As long as he doesn't fold, he's going to be pulling in this pot. A little bit over half pot from Brito.
Alguém tem água? Good. No, no. Bye bye.
Johnson here giving this one a lot of thought. He's been acting pretty fast overall, so don't really think he's just posturing here. He's certainly mulling this one over, and he's going to make the call with just king high. He's going to see the bad news. 2 pair for Brito. Aces and 8s with that 10 kicker.
It's 8-5, right?
And that's going to shift the leaderboard quite a bit. Brito up, pushing towards 100 million in chips. Johnson takes a tumble down to 60 million. The first real misstep there from Aaron Johnson. Still healthy is Johnson, working with 20 big blinds, but lost a good chunk there to Jose Carlos Brito.
97.
Neves here. Ace 7.
Raise 6 mil.
Makes it 6 million to go from under the gun. Brito's out of the way. Johnson's out of the way. King, queen suited for Jerry Maher in the big blind. Maher began this hand with about 15.5 big blinds. Of course, 1 big blind went in for the big blind ante. Could be a spot where Maher elects to shove, just given the fact that Neves has been, pretty liberal with opening pre-flop. He is the very big chip leader. And there it is.
How much?
Pegar a chefe.
It's about 26, between 25 and 26.
97.
Maher does announce all in. Decision now to Neves. First, he's going to get a count.
No more, is it?
No, it's more than that.
20, sorry, 28, 4, 6, 7, 8, 2.
28.
28,200,000 is the 3-bet jam amount from Jerry Maher. Pedro Neves, the big chip leader, now in the tank. Neves does give it up. Nice pickup there from Maher.
Como é que tem? 240?
Por aí. Sim. 230 e 2, 233, 235. Acho que 238.
Got one.
Raise. 6 now.
Johnson here
How
on
much
the
you
button,
bet?
ace 9 suited.
60.
Just under.
Maher finds another good one, even better than the last
97.
hand. This time it's ace king of spades. He's in the small blind. But imagine we're going to get another 3-bet jam here from Maher.
One in.
Raise. All in.
There is the jam from Jerry Maher. Johnson's going to give it up. 2 in a row for Jerry Maher as he climbs up over 50 million in chips.
Tried to go like long way, but
It's okay. Thank you.
Johnson and Maher now less than 1 big blind separating those two. It wasn't too long ago that Aaron Johnson had more than 100 million in chips. But he's been going the wrong direction as of late.
Raise. 7.5.
Action here folds to Neves in the small blind. He puts in a raise, 7.5 million. Brito's in the big blind, king 10 off.
sorry, Aaron. How much you're playing?
Low 50s.
Low 50? Thank you.
Yep.
I think we'll see Brito come along here. I mean, he is pretty deep overall. Really no need to re-raise there, especially given your chip position and the fact that Neves is an overwhelming chip leader and has you covered. Could really ruin your day. Brito does come along with the call. Jack 7-5. That connects best with Neves, who flops top pair. He's also got backdoor hearts. He's going to continue for 4.5 million.
50. And this guy's like 55.
Quarter pot here from Neves.
I actually didn't, yeah, I think so, yeah. Did you have him? I think it's king suited.
Big one.
never fun to fold, you know, especially blind versus blind when you're in position. But if you're Brito, probably lean to just give this one up. You know, I mean, I know you have some backdoor draws. There is a chance that king high is good, but if Neves is going to keep putting pressure on you, and I mean, I don't see why he wouldn't, then it might just be time to just, you know, give this one up and move on to the next hand. Brito does elect to make the call. 9 on the turn. Neves slows down with the check. 27 million out there. Brito checking back, and an 8 comes in on the river. Brito finds the backdoor straight with that 10 in his hand. Neves with another check. Let's see how much Brito decides to ask for.
Bruno?
7.5.
How are you?
You're gonna make
Good.
it. You're gonna make it.
7.5 million here from Brito.
So, my girlfriend just went downstairs. She says, is Bruno coming? He's the only one I want to meet.
Just over quarter pot here. Brito gives up that top pair. Good fold from him. Or sorry, Neves gives up that top pair, excuse me. My fault there. And Brito
Can I get a,
takes
barrel of
that
orange?
pot. Brito now
That's it.
up to just about 110 million in chips. Neves still very healthy at more than 200 million.
Hey, bro.
And was able to correctly get away from that one.
I've never heard it called a barrel.
Yeah.
I like that.
Yes. 20 stack. 20 stack barrel.
Yeah.
How have I never heard that?
That's pretty bizarre. You haven't heard that.
Never ever.
Yeah.
Four players remain here in the 2024 WSOP Monster Stack Tournament.
Thank you.
8,704 entries began
Mid-40s.
this tournament
Mid-40s.
a few days ago. Everyone left guaranteed more than $417,000 in prize money. Just shy of $1.1 million awaits the champion of this event. Neves here on the button, makes it $6 million with ace-8 off. Johnson in the big blind. King, Jack of clubs.
All in.
There is the jam.
All in.
Johnson wasting little time in putting his money in. Neves is, he's at least going to get a count, see what this shove is worth, and then go from there. We did see Neves raise fold not too long ago with ace-7 against the 3-bet jam from Jerry Maher out of the big blind. Maher had king of queen suited. And a little bit less chips than this 3-bet jam is here, so I would expect Neves to also put this one in the muck, but he's going to think it over. Could be something that's player specific. You know, of course, these players have been battling with one another for quite some time. Not only today, they've likely played with each other earlier in the tournament, you know, deep on day 3, maybe even before that. So there are always dynamics at play that we may not be privy to. Neves does ultimately decide to give that one up. Good pickup for Johnson as he moves up over 60 million once again. So Johnson had been tumbling in the wrong direction as of late, but we'll see if that 3-bet jam that gets through sparks an upward trend for him. Johnson out of Minnesota, more than $1.5 million in live tournament earnings coming into this event. A previous best score of $96,000. That came from a 72nd place finish, excuse me, in the World Series of Poker main event previously. Johnson has also won an MSPT main event. He's won a Heartland Poker Tour main event, so pretty experienced player. Neves, the big chip leader. In 2023, he finished second in the PCA main event.
Sorry.
Chopped it with his fellow countryman, Michael Datani. Neves took home just under $1.2 million for that score. Neves here. King, queen off, raises and take. This is the final table of the 2024 WSOP Monster Stack Tournament. Live streaming across PokerGo, the PokerGo YouTube channel, and select fast channels such as Pluto TV. Appreciate everyone who is tuning in wherever you are watching from. My name is Donnie Peters. Flying solo today. My usual co-pilot, Remco Rinkema, is on the WSOP IR list. Feeling a little bit under the weather, so wish him well. Hopefully he gets back to 100% as soon as possible. I was recently sick myself, so I know how it is, and it is not fun. You know, there's thousands and thousands and thousands of people here at the World Series of Poker. Of course, it's easy for any sort of cold or flu or anything like that to spread, and you just got to try and dodge it. Like if you're on the felt, trying to not run into aces. I mean, that's what you're trying to do. Fade the bad beats. If you are joining us on the PokerGo YouTube channel, please hit that like button. It's the thumbs up right below the video. And then right after you do that, don't forget to subscribe to the channel, turn on those notifications.
Not yet, not yet.
Nothing doesn't want to stay there.
Between the PokerGo YouTube channel and PokerGo.com, live streaming more than 300 hours from the 2024 World Series of Poker. This event had a $1,500 buy-in with more than 8,700 entries in the field. A prize pool of more than $11.6 million was on offer. Maher here finds Queen Jack off on the button, working with just shy of 15 big blinds, so this could be a spot where Maher elects to put the money in. Maybe he also comes with a non-all-in raise. He's going to take the ladder route. 6 million.
How much is tire, sir?
44.
44?
Action now on Brito. 9-8 suited. Might be enough for Brito to defend here. I know Maher isn't the shortest, or sorry, isn't the biggest stack, but getting a good price here overall. Flop something big, connect very well with your hand, and then hopefully, you know, you would bust Maher. That's what you're thinking if you're in Brito's shoes. He is going to come with a call. More than 16 million out there. Ace, King, 6 with a couple of hearts. Brito first to act, he whiffed completely. Maher missed 2, but this is the type of texture that probably gonna just range bet here in position.
That's okay.
There is the bet. Quick fold from Brito. Maher takes that one. Looks like he bets 7 million on that flop. So Maher chips up back up over 50 million for him. Brito limps in, 9-6 off from the small blind. King 4 off for Johnson. Looks like a raise is coming. Raise to 9.5 million. Brito gives it up. Johnson here limping in from the small blind. King, queen off for him. Maher's got 10-9 off in the big blind. Maher checks his option, so heads up here between Johnson and Maher. 9 million out there. These are the two shortest stacks among these four. Ace, 7, 5. Johnson first to act, and he checks. Maher checks back. Queen on the turn, that connects with Johnson. $3 million minimum bet from Johnson. Maher gives it up, so Johnson's going to take that one. Johnson back up over 70 million now. This is the final table of the WSOP Monster Stack. $1,500 buy-in, 8,704 entries. Let me say that again, 8,704 entries in this tournament. Total prize pool, more than $11.6 million. Almost $1.1 million up top for the winner. The final four players here, guaranteed $417,000. You have Aaron Johnson, Jerry Maher, Pedro Neves, and Jose Carlos Brito.
You have like 75.
Johnson here comes in with a raise, makes it $6 million to go. Neves is going to come along here from the big blind. King 7 off. He is dominated. King 8-6. This could be a bit of trouble for Neves. Both players connect with that king. Johnson with the better kicker. Neves does have the 7 of clubs, you know. Could be some backdoor clubs, backdoor straight possibilities. Neves starts things off with a check. $4.5 million is the bet from Johnson.
Quando irritar, ele tá morto. Óbvio, eu sei. Isso eu sei. O gás de meu pai tem que ter cuidado com o jeito que eu vou.
Neves comes along. Pot swells to more than 25 million. 5 of diamonds on the turn could be a bit of an action card here. Neves now open-ended with that kicker of his. Still has that top pair, albeit an inferior top pair to Johnson. 25.5 million out there. The effective stack is Johnson, who has 65 million behind. Neves going to come with a lead here.
How much is it?
8.5 million. Johnson makes the call. Big, big river card here coming. Deuce of spades. More than $42 million. More than 42 million chips are out there. Johnson's king with a queen kicker is best. Neves missed his straight draw. He still has top pair, so it could be tricky here. Something insane just happened. I'm guessing that happened in the 100K high roller. That live stream is happening on PokerGo.com exclusively. That sounds like quite the important hand. Not to take away from the important pot that is being played right now between Pedro Neves and Aaron Johnson here at the Monster Stack final table. I think that was a bet from Neves, and Johnson snapped him off. 13.5 million was the bet. Johnson made the call, correctly so. And don't look now, but Aaron Johnson is back up over 100 million in chips. It is a pretty healthy dent to Pedro Neves' stack, who up until that point really had looked like he could do no wrong at this final table, but now knocked back below 200 million. He's still got 180 million, which is plenty healthy, of course. Big chip leader. But the momentum, dare I say it, is back with Aaron Johnson, who up until the last 15, 20 minutes or so was sliding in the wrong direction, but Johnson has very much righted the ship and now has 112.7 million back in his stack, and he's under the gun here with ace 4 suited, so raise coming, makes it 6 million. Been really impressed with what we've seen from Aaron Johnson today. Seems like he has a great feel for the game, great instincts.
I don't know how much you have.
Plays pretty efficiently, doesn't waste much time at all, so I'm a fan.
115-ish.
And you?
93. 93.
Someone got healthy.
Still four-handed here in the WSOP Monster Stack. And Jerry Maher here is going to find a couple of kings under the gun. 15.5 big blinds for Maher to work with. Would expect a raise coming. A non-all-in raise to be specific. Still playing 1.5 million, 3 million. There is the raise. $7 million from Maher. Neves out of the way. Brito going to be out of the way as well. Johnson finds a suited queen 6. Wouldn't be completely surprised here to see Johnson defend out of the big blind. I think he's certainly been willing to play some pots. Certainly seems comfortable getting involved plenty, and he does just that. He does defend. Jack 5 deuce with a couple of diamonds. Johnson whiffs completely. The king's still way out in front for Maher. 18.5 million out there. Johnson checks. $6 million from Maher. Johnson gives it up. Jerry Maher collects that pot. For those of you tuning in on the PokerGo YouTube channel, allow me to remind you once again, please like the video. It's that little thumbs up icon right below the video stream. Just give it a little tappy tap for us, please. Also, if you would be so kind, please subscribe to the channel. We are bringing you a handful of free WSOP streams on this channel, as well as daily highlights, compilation videos, recaps, all that sort of stuff. Subscribe to the channel. Never miss a WSOP moment. Neves here opens it up. King Jack off from under the gun. Makes it $6 million to go. Maher says no thank you.
What are your stacks?
I have a 90.
No, what are the stacks though? How much? Are they 25?
Over here?
Yeah.
It's 20.
Oh, I don't know why it looks bigger than me.
Look bigger?
Just me.
Like
Oh, no,
sure.
it's not. No, it's right. Yeah.
It's 20.
Yeah. Thank you.
I wish it's big.
Here we see the action up on the main set
Go back 80.
at the Horseshoe Las Vegas.
Make it 90.
I see
Okay.
Victor Blom. I see Chris Big Hunikin. I see Jeremy Osmus. That is the final table of the $100,000 high roller. More than $2.8 million up top. The action from that event is live streaming right now over on PokerGo.com, exclusively on PokerGo.com. Ali Najad and Brent Hanks on the call. Jeff Platt on the sidelines. Feel free to do a little double duty, double screen action if you would like. Or bounce back and forth, or save one for later, whatever it may be. In that $100,000 high roller, 112 entries. The top 3 spots, all 7 figures. Nationalities of the players at this Monster Stack final table: Johnson, American; Jerry Maher, British, although I believe he resides in New Jersey, where he is the owner of Haven Riverfront Restaurant; and then Neves and Brito, both Portuguese. A couple of 5s here for Neves out of the small blind. $7.5 million is the raise. 4 deuce off. Not worth playing for Brito, and he gives it up. Neves here on the button.
Raise 6.
Makes it 6 million to go. Action over to Johnson in the big blind. Once again, you know, he hasn't shied away from defending from his big blind. Ace deuce off. He's going to defend this.
One point.
10-ish, yeah.
Ace 7-6 with a couple of diamonds out there. Johnson flops the best of it, but this is a flop that Neves might want to continue on, being the pre-flop raiser. These ace-high boards tend to favor a pre-flop raising range, especially a big stack like Neves, who can apply some pressure to Johnson here. 4 million is the bet. Johnson comes along. Seven on the turn, pairs the board. Johnson checks once again.
How many gray chips you have? Thank you.
Neves sizing up the stack of Johnson.
$17, right?
18 money, yeah.
18.
$18 million is what Neves comes with there, sizing up, and Johnson is not going anywhere. 5 on the river. Is Neves going to find the third bullet here? More than 60 million out there. Neves does come with it. Look at this, and it is going to work.
That was 45.
A bet of 45 million, 75% pot, and that gets it done. Neves pulling the trigger once again. A triple barrel bluff against Aaron Johnson.
Felt like
And he's back up over 2 million and very much back in the driver's seat there.
Oh, was good here. 2, 4, 4. Blinds are up. 2, 4, 4.
That was a play, my friends. It's not easy to find the third bullet. It's not easy to find the second bullet a lot of times, but Pedro Neves, just an absolutely above the rim play right there. And that is why he is the dominant chip leader, four-handed here in the WSOP Monster Stack Tournament. Action here falls on Brito on the button. Very playable ace-10 off.
Raise 8 million. 8 million.
The blinds are up, playing 2 million, 4 million now. Brito raises to 8 million, so a min raise here. Maher's got a 6-5 suited in the big blind. He's going to give it up. That pot between Neves and Johnson, I mean, it's just an extremely difficult spot on the river for Johnson.
My bad.
He had 78 million behind. Would have had to call 45 million, so very much over half of his remaining chips. The players are on a pay jump of $133,000, and Neves very much knows that. He is the big stack. He is able to apply that pressure.
Yeah, 50.
Very, very well done by him to empty the clip there.
No, I'm less than that.
All three bullets with just the king high. And there's really nothing you can do there if you're Johnson. If you call and you're wrong, you're in a very, very bad spot considering where you were. Given the way that that board ran out, I mean, your deuce does really not play as a kicker, so you're hopefully just trying to catch a pure bluff. Yes, that is what Neves had, but we can obviously see the cards here, and that's what makes this game so great. Johnson here, ace-jack off on the button, puts in a raise. Neves does defend the 10-7 suited. King 10-4, all diamonds here. No one's got a diamond. Neves connects with that 10 to take the lead. $4.5 million continuation bet from Johnson. Neves going to call at least the flop here. Deuce of hearts on the turn.
Check.
Neves checks. Now let's see if Johnson has it in him to continue to barrel off here. Johnson checks back. Ace of spades comes in on the river. That's going to give Johnson the check mark. As long as he doesn't fold, if this goes to showdown, Johnson finding that ace on the river is going to win this one. 31 million out there. Action now on Neves. He checks. Johnson's going to check back and just take the showdown value. With that pot, Johnson climbs back up over 94 million, back into second place on the leaderboard. Leaderboard at the top of your screen presented by Monkey Tilt. Daily Fantasy Sports. Just checking in on what else is going on around the room. We have the final table, the $10,000 horse championship playing out. 5 players remain. Benny Glauser is still up on top of the chip counts. He is going for gold bracelet number 6. We also have the $1,000 pot limit Omaha event. Looks like they are down to 3-handed play. Chris Vitch, David Prosiak, and Thomas Taylor are the final 3 players in that event. Prosiak is looking to win his 2nd gold bracelet this summer, would be his 3rd overall. The $100,000 high roller is also playing out. That live stream can be found over on PokerGo.com. Here we see a look of the room in general. PokerGo is pleased to announce that its newest plan is here. Become a PokerGo VIP right now and get an annual subscription to PokerGo plus access to PokerU. PokerU is training content powered by Run It Once. Those guys on your screen, Jason Kuhn, Phil Galfon, Dan Cates, among many, many more elite minds, are the ones powering PokerGo's PokerU product. So become a PokerGo VIP today to watch and learn like never before. Just head on over to PokerGo.com to find out more details on becoming a PokerGo VIP. For a limited time also, if you sign up to PokerGo VIP, you will get a $25 merch credit to the PokerGo shop. Maher here, 10 big blinds and king 10 of diamonds, and he announces that he is all in. Neves here, next to act, ace 8 of hearts. Will have a decision. Feels like it's close for Neves. On one hand, it's only 10 big blinds. You are pretty healthy in chips. On the other hand, you know, you don't want to double up Jerry Maher, move him up to 80 million in chips. You also know that he's been pretty snug overall. Neves does elect to get out of the way. Neves very much in control, so no real need to risk 20% of your chips like that. I mean, you're kind of in cruise control. You can continue to put a lot of pressure on your opponents. Just keep them at bay, given where your chip stack is and how you're able to leverage that in combination with the big pay jumps that are on hand.
Close. Close. Maybe.
It was close. I think it was close. Lean fold, but you know, worth thinking about.
Maybe not good enough. It was on the blind that I.
Call.
Johnson's gonna limp in here from the small blind, 10-5 off. King Jack for Jerry Maher in the big blind. Started this hand with a little over 50 million. Posted 4 million for the big blind ante. Maher's going to check back. 8-6-3. Johnson checks.
Yeah, that's it. I don't know, it's blind, right?
$6 million from Maher. That gets it done. Quick fold from Johnson. Luke says in the YouTube chat, come on Maher, do us all proud here in the UK. Let us know who you guys out there are rooting for. Are you fans of Johnson, Maher, Neves, or Brito? Who would you like to see take this one down for a $1.1 million score? Johnson here on the button.
Raise.
8 million with Queen Jack off.
How much you playing?
Started with about 100.
Sorry?
Started with about 100.
100.
Oh, nice, nice. Where?
Raise and take there for Johnson.
Yeah, what's going on? Where's?
You should be. What are you doing talking on the rail?
Jeremy?
1-4. Raise.
Maher on the button. 6-5 suited. Min raise to 8 million. Brito comes along, ace-5 off from the big blind. queen, 3, deuce.
Check.
About 70 there, 72 or something? Approximately. Yeah. Okay. That's okay. It's okay.
Okay.
Just approximately, right?
All right.
$7 million.
We have 48 behind.
Yeah, now, yes, including that.
48 in total, right? Thank you.
Maher comes with 7 million. Brito in the tank here. He's been pretty deliberate overall with all of his actions, so I wouldn't read too much into this right now, but you know, could be thinking of all the different options at play here. That looks like more than 7 million to me. Here we go.
Raise. 17.
17 million. Action back on Maher. This hand began with Maher opening the button for a min raise and Brito defended out of the big blind. Maher elects to give it up, and that check raise with just ace high gets through for Brito. Takes a chunk away from Maher, who is the shortest stack and is now sub 10 big blinds. Maher working on 37.2 million at a 4 million big blind, so once again he's going to need to make something happen. Maher's been one of the shortest stacks for the entirety of the final table, you know, just kind of bunched up there at the bottom when there was a few more players here. Been the shortest stack for much of, you know, 5 and 4-handed play, but he's battled his way to 4th place. He's earned some very lucrative pay jumps. He's now guaranteed, as are the remaining players, $417,000 in prize money.
It's not mayonnaise, it's some like spicy dressing, something's awful. Sandwich. Yeah, did you want some mayonnaise? No, I spent enough, I had enough bites. Hey.
Have like 100?
Bit over.
Action on Brito. In the small blind, queen 7 off.
Call.
Brito limps in and Johnson checks with 4-3 off. So heads up between Brito and Johnson. Johnson in position. Queen, 6,
Thank you.
5.
Yeah, I appreciate it.
Top pair for Brito. Open-ended straight draw for Johnson. Buckle up because we could be playing a big pot here.
Check.
Brito starts this one off with a check. $4 million from Johnson.
4 million.
Pretty good hand here for Brito overall. Of course, the top pair, but also has that 7 of spades connecting nicely with that 6-5 of spades that is out there for some backdoor possibilities.
I'll go my mouth.
These two very, very similar in stacks to start this hand. Brito makes the call. 7 on the turn. Hello. 2 pair for Brito. Straight for Johnson. I saw some of you in the chat calling for a 7 on the turn. You got what you wished for. Do we have liftoff? Brito checks. Johnson had bet the flop in position with his open-ended straight draw, drills it here on the turn, and it is a gin card because it gives his opponent top 2 pair. 20 million out there, and he's going to come with 8 million. Brito comes with a call. 36 million out there. 10 of clubs on the river. The straight remains best for Aaron Johnson. Brito first to act, 2 pair, queens and 7s. 36 million in the middle.
Check.
Brito checks. How much will Johnson ask for here? Johnson going to his chips. Here we go.
27.
27 million. 75% pot here. So this bet is on the meaty side. Brito is going to pay it off. He is going to see the bad news. Johnson tables his straight. 2 pair no good for Brito. Into the muck it goes. That is a huge pot there. 90 million between these two. And Johnson surges to 145 million in chips. Brito clipped back to 55 million. Brito did ultimately lose that pot, yes, but it could have been worse. He does something like check jams, Maybe he bet calls off on the river, something like that. You know, it could be a lot worse. So, given the situation, blind on blind, four-handed. A very good two-pair up against a straight. Didn't go broke, so look at the positive side of things. Still has 14 big blinds to work with, does Brito. He's still ahead of Jerry Maher on the leaderboard. And if you're Aaron Johnson, or for any Aaron Johnson fans out there,
I just want to make
your
sure
man
I'm
is
seeing it correctly
peaking.
before I look. Just about 30-ish.
Yes.
Talked about it a little bit earlier in this final table. I have been extremely impressed with the way that Aaron Johnson has performed, his demeanor at this table, everything, his card sense, his instincts, bet sizing. All of it has been extremely on point. And here he is now with the largest stack that he's had so far, just over 145 million. Johnson limps in here. Maher, king jack off. We saw him check back a king jack off blind versus blind earlier, but here now a little bit shorter, sub 10 big blinds to start this hand. There is the jam, understandable, and he gets it through. Quick fold from Johnson.
Hey, Rob. What's up, mate?
Pagaste rápido. Tinhas a dar mão.
I'd like to thank everyone who's tuning into this WSOP Monster Stack final table. We've been going for a little bit over 3 hours now, down to four-handed play. Everyone left guaranteed $417,000 up top, almost $1.1 million. This stream is being broadcast on PokerGo, on the PokerGo YouTube channel, and on select fast channels such as Pluto TV. Appreciate everyone who is tuning in, no matter where you are tuning in from. Wow, another rowdy explosion from the 100K Super High Roller. That final table, again, I've mentioned it a few times, is airing
like
now
140, 150.
on
140,
PokerGo.com. And don't look now, but we have Big Hunie's amped up there. You see Victor Blom, Big Hunie, a.k.a. Chris Hunican, and Jeremy Osmus, three-handed. Again, that action airing on PokerGo.com. But we got to get back to the matter at hand right here. Johnson with a couple of jacks. Neves, ace, king suited. These two, the two biggest stacks of four-handed play. They have clashed before, and they are going to clash again. Johnson starts it off with the raise. 8 million on the button.
That's right.
Neves, 3 bets, 2, 28 million. We have seen Johnson 4-bet Neves once. It happened very early in the final table. He opened king-queen suited. Neves 3-bet. He 4-bet. Neves gave it up with the queen-10. Here, Johnson going to take a flop in position with those jacks. Each player putting in 28 million, more than 60 million out there. The pot right now is bigger than the stack of Brito. It's bigger than the stack of Maher. King, queen 9. Neves flops very much the best of it here. Still a gutter for Johnson.
I know you got work to do.
How are you?
Hey, by the way, my friend from Canada, Simon.
Simon, Jerry,
My
nice to
friend
meet
from
you.
Canada, Jason. Check.
Neves starts this one off with a check.
Check.
Johnson checks behind. 3 of clubs on the turn. Neves and his ace-king still best here. These two, I believe, are very much aware of the situation. They are the two biggest stacks, very healthy in relation to the other two players. Four-handed play. $133,000 pay jump, so especially if you're Johnson, don't want to go too crazy, even though you do have jacks, just because there is so much equity involved in this situation. You are in a good spot to at least ladder one spot, if not two. That is what likely led to him calling pre-flop. You know, should you 4-bet jam, you're only going to get called by the top part of Neves's range. You can keep all of his bluffs in if he's getting a little bit out of line pre-flop, so he just happened to get out-flopped here, and we'll see what he does on this turn, facing 35 million. Johnson is going to make the call. A call like this tells me that Johnson is very much aware of the skill level of Neves and the ability for him to have bluffs in this spot. Ace of clubs on the river, 2-pair for Neves, top 2-pair. Backdoor clubs do come in here. $132 million out there. Both players, Neves and Johnson, have less than pot. Johnson, the effective stack, 78 million behind. Let's see if Neves decides to ask for all of it. Johnson probably not liking this ace on the river. You know, had Neves been in there with, like, you know, an ace-4 suited, ace-5 suited, something like that, that's getting aggressive pre-flop, then he now connects here on the river.
Check.
Neves checks after a long tank.
Check.
Johnson is going to check back, and Neves is going to collect this one. He's going to show that 2-pair. Those jacks into the muck for Johnson. Enormous pot here being pushed over towards Pedro Neves. He is now up over 260 million in chips. There you see a quick shot of Neves' girlfriend, Rafaela, on the rail, a Brazilian streamer, Lala. Octopi Poker wants to send you to the 2024 Poker Masters, which will be played in Las Vegas at the PokerGO studio. You can enter for free for a chance to win. It is a social media giveaway on behalf of our partners, Octopi Poker. Just head on over to PokerGo.com/winmasters. Complete a handful of social media tasks. Again, completely free to enter. And should you win the raffle, you could be coming out to Las Vegas and playing in the opening event of the Poker Masters. Again, that's PokerGo.com/winmasters.
About 80.
Sorry?
About 80,
80.
roughly.
Thank you.
51.
Johnson here finds ace-king, comes in with a raise.
Não sabia jogar. Fiz 7 para flop, cheque em rede da manobra. Flush draw, turn 2 flush draws, mandei.
Takes it down.
35 em 62. Call.
Maher here. Sub 10 big blinds, under the gun, ace 10 off. Let's see if he wants to go with this one. There it is.
Raise all in.
Maher announces that he is all in. Action folds over to Johnson in the big blind. He gives it up, so Maher takes that one. Picks up 10 million there. 8 of it's going to go back in with the blinded ante on this next hand, but pays for a rotation. And when you're as short as Maher is, then it's very, very much needed just to get those shoves through, stay alive, you know, survive another rotation without really taking any dent to your stack. And hopefully you can find something and get a double up on the next lap around the table.
45.
Thank you.
Brito here, queen 9 of clubs on the button. Brito, the current short stack. He's going to give it up. Brito and Maher virtually tied in chips here. Johnson's going to come in with a raise here. $10.5 million. Maher 10-7 off. Don't think he's going to play this one. Just going to give it a little thought before he ultimately kicks it into the muck. There is the fold. Four-handed play here in the 2024 WSOP Monster Stack. 8,704 entries began in this tournament. We are down to the final four. They are guaranteed $417,000. $133,000 pay jump is what they are facing immediately. Everyone, of course, is trying to get their hands on that $1.1 million first place prize.
I keep on thinking I have fives and I reach for them.
Johnson here
I gave them all to my
on
friends.
the button with a couple of fours, makes it $8 million to go. Maher's got an ace-5 off in the big blind, or in the small blind, excuse me.
Like 95.
He gives it up. Action
90
on Neves. The big, big chip leader. King-5 off for him. These two have been throwing some blows. Neves and Johnson back and forth. Certainly have not been shying away from one another, as you might expect, you know. Two biggest stacks for the large majority of this final table, but they've been willing to go at it, and it's been quite an entertaining battle between the two. Neves makes the call here, defending from the big blind. Heads up to the flop, 22 million out there. Ace, 8, 3, all clubs, both players with the club. Neves has the king of clubs in his hand. Johnson has a pair though, no pair yet for Neves. Check, check. 6 on the turn. Neves sizing up here on the turn, 15.5 million. That gets it done. Johnson gives up the 4s. Neves pulls in this pot. He's up over 270 million now, 62% of the chips in play.
The beer, yeah. 3, please. Am I big?
Neves began
No,
this
no.
7-handed final
Okay,
table
so
I'll
today
have
with
one
the
with you.
chip lead. He has never
Not yet.
given
not
up
yet.
the top spot.
Heads up, right?
Yeah.
If we go heads up, we have a drink.
Perfect. Good. Gotcha.
Got a long way to go.
It is. It is.
We have it'll be a miracle.
41. 42.
Neves here in the small blind, queen, jack off. He might just ask for it all from Brito, who's started this hand with about 11 big blinds. He's playing about 10 big blinds right now after posting the big blind ante. There it is. There's that jam. 10-5 off for Brito, or sorry, 10-5 suited, excuse me, into the muck. And Neves takes that one. Looks like we're about to hit 1,800 likes on the YouTube video. Let's see if we can get us up over 2,000 before the next hand is over. How about that? We're about to deal a brand new hand, so let's see if we can get 210, 211 likes in the next, minute or two before this next hand is over. No idea on the length of this next hand, so get those likes in quick. Hit the thumbs up right below the video.
Thank you.
Appreciate everyone who is tuning in. This live stream happening on PokerGo.com, on the PokerGo YouTube channel, and select fast channels such as Pluto TV. My name is Donnie Peters. Thank you everyone who is tuning in, no matter where you are watching from, no matter what platform you are watching on. Neves here finds a nice one. Ace, king off. King 10 suited for Brito. Could certainly see him 3-bet jam this one. Neves has been opening quite a bit, especially in later positions, such as the button. He is the overwhelming chip leader, so this might be a great spot for Brito. Of course, we will see that he would absolutely run into it. Thank you for everyone who has hit that like button, because we shot way up over 2,000. While Brito all in here.
Oh, we got them all in.
Neves with the quick call.
Ace king against
Ace king versus king 10 suited. Brito all in and at risk for 37.2 million.
King 10. King 10 is the short stack.
You hear Jerry Maher commenting there, because this is a huge ladder for him. Eight, 6, 3. The ace king is still best for Pedro Neves. Brito looking for a 10. Turn and river still to come. 3 10s still remaining. Seven of diamonds adds a few more outs for Brito. He can now connect with a 9 to make a straight. Deuce of hearts on the river. We are going to say goodbye to Jose Carlos Brito. He's going to collect $417,000 for his 4th place finish here in the 2024 WSOP Monster Stack Tournament. And it continues to be Pedro Neves' tournament. He is now up over 323 million chips. 75% of the chips in play belong to that man right there from Portugal, Pedro Neves. the huge chip leader. That man right there, Jerry Maher, just earned a $133,000 pay jump and is now guaranteed $550,000.
Big blind too.
Oh, sorry. ICM. 4,000. 4 million. I keep on calling it 1,000.
Right? The same color.
We're not used to calling it million very often, that's why.
You don't know how much you have.
Not much.
I know.
I haven't looked. I just got excited, so you know.
16, 30.
34 including that. 30 behind. Oh. Plus that. Negligible. You know a new English word, negligible.
And you? Yeah, now I know.
80-ish.
Neves here with 2 5s. I might just rip it in. I mean, why not at this point? What are these guys going to do?
All in.
There it is, all in. Johnson, queen 7 in the muck. Maher 7-3 in the muck.
Did he get, if you don't mind me asking, did he get lucky with that ace on the river?
Huh?
Did he get lucky with that ace on the river against you?
No.
No.
I could have easily gotten him pre.
Huh?
Could have gotten him pre.
Yeah. Oh, well. I guess good job then.
Three players left here. Excuse me. We just lost Jose Carlos Brito. My fault. 3 players left in the 2024 WSOP Monster Stack event. Johnson finds King Queen suited on the button.
Raise. 8 mil.
Comes in with a raise. 8 million. Ace 3 off in the muck for Jerry Maher. 9-6 off for Neves in the big blind. Neves gives it up. Johnson takes that one. Both Johnson and Maher making their largest live tournament scores to date. Johnson's previous best, about $96,000 for a deep run in the main event, WSOP main event, formerly. And Jerry Maher had a 5th place finish at WPT Borgata a few years ago for $171,000. Neves, even if he wins the tournament, won't be his best live score ever. He took 2nd place in the 2023 PCA main event, chopped it with his fellow countryman Michael Datani. He took over $1.18 million. So, not that he's not going to take, almost $1.1 million. Of course he would. All 3 players vying for their first World Series of Poker gold bracelet. Neves going to put these 6s in, get a fold from Johnson in the big blind, and the big chip leader just going to stay on the gas. We've talked about it on the live stream before, but we have seen a very, very large chip leader several times at the 2024 World Series of Poker. We saw it with Nick Schulman at the 25K high roller final table when Nick won his 5th gold bracelet there. He was a very, very big chip leader, just driving the action the entire way to the winner's circle. We saw it at the $800 deep stack final table that Remco Rinkema and I covered. Timur Margolin won his 3rd bracelet there. Very big chip leader for much of the final table. Just raise, 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 jam, 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 just nonstop pressure. We saw it at the final table, I believe it was a 6-max that David Coleman made. Unfortunately, things didn't work out for David Coleman like they did for Schulman and Margolin, but still a very, very big chip leader, was very much on the gas the entire time. And here we're seeing that same sort of thing. Pedro Neves, big chip leader throughout this final day and has just been on the gas nonstop. And here you see him all in once again, 2 sevens. Action over to Maher, who has about 7.5 big blinds to start this hand. Did post 1 big blind for the ante, so about 6.5 big blinds here. This one's close, you know, I mean, Neves has been jamming a ton. At this point, you know, Maher's already made it to the final 3. He's already locked up $550,000 in prize money, so wouldn't fault him, you know, for wanting to go with this one. At some point, you know, you got to find something to go with, especially against someone who's just been so aggressive like Neves has. And I think if Neves were to turn his hand over, then Maher would call. You are going to be dominating some hands here, like Jack 9s, Jack 8s, you know, some 10-9, stuff like that. But still, this is, you know, not the easiest spot. Maher does make the call. And here we go.
Jack 10. I got pocket 7s. Got a flip, yeah.
Jack 10 for Maher. He is all in at risk against Neves, who has 2 7s. Here comes the flop. Ace 9-4. Not much there for Jerry Maher as he shakes his head. His girlfriend Sabrina there looks on.
It's a terrible card.
Turn card is the 6 of clubs. That is bad news for Jerry Maher because Neves has the 7 of clubs in his hand. So Maher, you heard him yell it there to his rail. He's got 4 outs, a jack or a 10. Cannot be a club. 3 of spades on the river. We are going to lose Jerry Maher, the restaurant owner out of New Jersey. He finishes in 3rd place in the 2024 WSOP Monster Stack Tournament for $550,000. A very, very good showing coming from a field of more than 8,700 entries. And that man on the right of your screen, Pedro Neves out of Portugal,
And
has a commanding chip lead over Aaron Johnson in heads-up play. $365 million for Neves, a little over $70 million for Johnson. These players are guaranteed $732,000. First place, $1,098,000.
8.2. It's that.
Just about 80, yeah.
Okay.
You heard Johnson there say that he has just about 80. I believe the graphics on our screen are wrong. There was some chip error a little while ago. So Johnson, I believe, has 80 million, not 70 million. That'll get corrected soon. Our apologies for that. Walk on this first hand for Neves. Let us know who you are rooting for in the chat. Are you rooting for the player out of Minnesota, Aaron Johnson, or are you rooting for the player out of Portugal, Pedro Neves? A little bit of a David versus Goliath here, with Pedro Neves being the chip leader to start today, the big chip leader. He has never given up the top spot. But Aaron Johnson, he was second in chips coming into today. So if you were to run this final table through the, a bazillion simulations, you would likely end up with these two players heads up here at the end after they came in with the stacks that they did. So we have Johnson versus Neves, and Neves is going to put him at risk right away with the ace. Johnson gives it up. Both players looking for their first WSOP gold bracelet. Neves' best finish in a live gold bracelet event, he took 13th in the WSOP closer tournament one year. Johnson is an MSPT champion. He's won a Heartland Poker Tour event. He took 8th place in the 2019 $1,500 Super Turbo Bounty. That is his highest World Series of Poker finish outside of this one, of course. And here he finds a couple of kings, limps in on the button, tricky. Neves checks the 9-6 of spades. Six, 5, 3 with one spade out there. Could be trouble for Neves given the stack size of Johnson. 12 million out there. Neves is going to come out betting here. 4 million. Johnson calls. He's going to continue that same line here, playing things pretty coy. 5 of spades on the turn. Neves now adds a flush draw. Neves slows down here with a check. $13 million is the bet from Johnson. 13 million into 20 million. Let's see what Neves comes with. Makes the call. 46 million out there. 10 of spades on the river. Neves gets there with a flush. Johnson's kings are no good. Neves checks. Can Johnson somehow get away from this one with a check back? I mean, you've under-repped your hand so much throughout this entire spot. You don't have the deepest stack. You have less than a pot size bet behind. Looks like a bet of 30 million. I think the graphics are wrong. Remember, I mentioned that not too long ago. It shows that Johnson has 9.2 million behind. I believe he has 19.2 million behind. So keep that in mind
How
here.
much do you have behind?
Here, we're going to find out. Yeah, that's 10. 8 million in blues. Yeah, 19.2 million behind. Neves just calls here. Johnson shows the kings, but he's going to see the bad news. Neves rolls over his 9-6 of spades for the spade flush. And that pot of 106 million is going over to Pedro Neves.
10 or 15?
15.
15.
Johnson quickly up out of his seat. The players are going to go on a break here. But we're going to be cutting out this break because, well, you know, that's what we can do here with the dynamic delay. If you would like to become a PokerGo subscriber so that you never miss a WSOP moment, we've got 300 plus hours of live streams right now. Just head on over to PokerGo.com. Pick up a new annual subscription. Use the promo code WSOP24YT for $20 off your first year. That'll get you PokerGo for less than $7 a month. Streaming right now on PokerGo.com exclusively is the final table of the $100,000 high roller.
Yeah.
They were three-handed with Victor Blom, Chris Unikin, Jeremy Osmus, more than $2.8 million up top in that event. This event here that we are watching, the $1,500 WSOP Monster Stack. 8,704 entries began. We are down to the final two. We have Aaron Johnson there in the black WSOP jacket. He is short with 19.2 million up against that man right there, Pedro Neves out of Portugal. Pedro Neves began today with the chip lead. He was the big chip leader, and he has not once given up that top spot. Neves gives up the 5-3 off there, gives a walk over to Johnson. These players are guaranteed $732,000, playing for a difference of $366,000. First place, $1,098,000. And of course, the coveted World Series of Poker gold bracelet. It would be the first gold bracelet for both Johnson and Neves here. Johnson finds ace-6 off. There is the jam. 7-4 off. Probably not going to do it for Neves, but he's just going to verify 18, the count here.
19. $21,700. 18, 20. No, I'm saying total. He's asking for total count. Yeah.
Yeah, total count on the jam here should be 21.7 million. Which is like 4 1/4 big blinds.
It's 21-7.
21-7.
Yeah.
Given how short Johnson is, I mean, maybe Neves just calls this off. He's got over 413 million in his stack, so can certainly afford it. Maybe just take the shot here, hope that your cards are live and you can connect. He is going to give it up. So a walk on the hand before that from Neves to Johnson. There, Johnson's shove get through. So he's up over 31 million now without having to go to a showdown. Has basically doubled his stack. Long way to go still for Johnson. About to hit 2,500 likes on the video. I would love for us to hit 3,000 before this ends. Given how short Johnson is, that could be quick, so smash that like button for us, please. Hit the thumbs up right below the video. My name is Donnie Peters. Appreciate everyone who has tuned in the entire final table of this World Series of Poker Monster Stack event.
All in.
Neves here, all in, queen, 5, and Johnson's going to call it off ace, queen. He's in a great spot here to double up. Aaron Johnson all in and at risk, but with the best of it, in a dominating position, his ace, queen, up against the queen, 5 off of Pedro Neves. Double up here would get Johnson up to nearly 60 million in chips and very much back into this match. Ace, 6, 3. Johnson really couldn't have asked for a better flop than that one. You can see the percentages on your screen. 96% now for Aaron Johnson to double up. 5 on the turn. Always got to have a sweat, right? Neves is going to need one of the 2 remaining 5s to capture the title. If not, Johnson's going to double up. 9 of clubs on the river. Aaron Johnson doubles up. He's going to be up over 58 million in chips.
Thank you, sir. Yep.
A little bit of a hit there to the stack of Neves, back to 376 million for him. Still 87% of the chips in play. There you see his rail behind him. The Portuguese contingent, some Brazilians as well. I still want to hit 3,000 likes on the video on YouTube, so let's go. Hit that like button. Come on. These guys are playing up for playing heads up for $366,000, $1.1 million up top. They've come a long way from a field of 8,704 entries. Johnson and Neves were the 2 largest stacks to start today's final table of 7. Johnson here on the button, 6-4 of spades. He's going to limp in, playing 2.5 million, 5 million. King 6 off for Neves here. Neves checks. Five, 4, deuce. Johnson here connects with that 4. Both players with the straight draw. Neves checks. Johnson checks back. 7 on the turn. Johnson is still currently best with his pair of 4s. Both players open-ended with that 6 in their hand. Check, check once again. 5 on the river pairs the board. Check mark to Johnson. Neves checks. See if Johnson has any value hunting in him. There is 15 million out there. Comes with 10 million.
That's 10.
Neves thinking it over here with his king high. Heads up, king high on a paired board, you know, worth some consideration, but ultimately into the muck for Neves, and another one goes the way of Aaron Johnson. Johnson fighting back nicely here. Still at a pretty big chip disadvantage to Neves, but at least he has some fighting chips now. He's out of that sub 10 big blind territory. The big hand that really hurt him was when his kings went down to Neves's 9-6 of spades. Neves backed into a flush. Neves with the pretty one here, ace king of diamonds. Neves gonna limp. And Johnson finds ace deuce. This could be trouble with where his stack is. He's got about 12 big blinds, and he does announce all in. He's gonna get snapped off here, and here we go. Pedro Neves out of Portugal. Ace king of diamonds, dominating the ace 2 of Aaron Johnson. This is it. Neves has one hand on the bracelet and the $1.1 million first place prize. If he can hold right here, he's in an incredible spot to do so. Neves has been the chip leader throughout the final table. Can he finish it off right here? 7-4-3 with 2 diamonds. Neves now 82%. Johnson looking for a deuce. He could also hit a 5 to make a straight. Can't be a diamond though. A diamond would get Neves a flush. 5 on the turn. Johnson takes the lead. He makes the wheel. Neves now is looking for one of the remaining 9 diamonds in the deck. If he can't find a diamond, Johnson is going to double up. If he does find a diamond, he is the Monster Stack champion. And here comes the river. It is the 6 of diamonds, and Pedro Neves has done it.
He played really well. Yeah.
He is the champion of the 2024 WSOP Monster Stack. Vamos is right. Pedro Neves. You see it there, swarmed by his fans on the rail. A hug from his girlfriend, Rafaela. Pedro Neves secures his first World Series of Poker gold bracelet. He tops the mammoth field of 8,704 entries and secures $1.1 million. What an absolutely incredible showing from Neves. He began today with the big chip lead. He never gave up that top spot. He rode it all the way to the winner's circle. Aaron Johnson deserves his flowers as well. Came into the final table second in chips. That is ultimately where he ended up, finishing runner-up for $732,000. An incredible showing in his own right from Aaron Johnson. But the honors go to Pedro Neves. $1,098,000. And the champion of the World Series of Poker Monster Stack Tournament. There you see the presentation. The gold bracelet is handed to Neves. Tournament director Bob Smith doing the honors. He will pose for the winner's photos. He will take those winner interviews. And for that, my name is Donnie Peters, and we are out from the 2024 WSOP Monster Stack Final Table. Plenty of action coming up on PokerGo.com from right here in Las Vegas, so stay tuned.